basically talk about how to be a company officer, how to be a chief officer, how to be a fire ground commander. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to go over first off philosophies about the fire service, what it is, what we actually do, and then we're going to talk about leadership and leadership styles and the attributes of an effective leader, and you guys, you know, share who your favorite leaders are in history. I mean, it could have been a football coach, it could have been your father, it could have been a general or a politician or whoever. And we'll try to incorporate that as we, you know, develop our own personal leadership styles. So who in here is presently a company officer? Okay, just about everybody. And then who in here is either wanting to be a chief officer or is already a chief officer? Okay. All right, so that's great. And right off the bat, and a lot of these things I tell you are my own personal philosophies, and so, you know, agree or don't agree, and you guys have your opinions about stuff. Mine are based on, I learned early to lay out priorities and to stay with those priorities. And I guess priorities can change as time moves on, but the fundamental part is still prescient in all your decision-making processes. So, one of the things that I have accepted and I regularly talk about is that this is a dangerous job. There's just no getting around it. Your fault, my fault, nobody's fault. You can be doing everything right and you can still get killed. If you look in the crown of your fire helmet, unless you're wearing something from the 70s, there should be a decal inside your fire helmet. Anybody ever looked at that decal and read it? Remember what it says?
People be killed.
Firefighting inherently dangerous.
Firefighting is inherently dangerous. They got that inherently word in there. Yeah, it's kind of like, hey, dumbass, you know, you could get killed even if you're wearing this helmet. So I really reject the entire notion of firefighter safety. Oh my gosh, don't say that. It is impossible to do this job right and be safe. Can't do it. Think about it. I mean, if you're on the roof of a burning building at 2 o'clock in the morning, I don't care what level of protective gear you have on, it's inherently unsafe to do that. That's kind of tough for a lot of people because, you know, you have all the people that are so invested in, well, we gotta, you know, prevent injuries and prevent fatalities. And yeah, I'm all about that too. But you got to accept the reality that there is no safety. There's only a level of threat that we can actually mitigate. We can try and reduce and minimize the threat, but you can't get rid of it. It's always there. No matter what you do, you roll out of here on a fire alarm sounding. You know, you can get halfway down the street and get T-boned and get in a traffic accident. Every time the bay door's open, we're going into harm's way, pretty much. It's just different levels of threat, if you think about it, okay? And we never know ahead of time what we're going to encounter, do we? Good morning. Come on in. The squad. Go ahead and don't even pass the biscuits and coffee up here. Just,
That whole table's open, guys.
yeah, just grab them. So when is it, you know, when do you not know what you, when do you know what you're going to? When do you know what the fire's going to be like? If it's a training fire and I said it, yeah. then I know what doors are open and closed, and I know that there's no victims there, and I know exactly what's burning. I know where it's burning. Even when we, try to make it as realistic as possible. But to lead a company of firefighters or manage a battalion at an incident, not knowing the answers to any of those questions is a completely different animal. Completely. I've encountered instructors before that are like, yeah, we've done live burns all over the state. We got all these live burns that we've done, and it's a tremendous amount. And okay, well, great. That means that you understand fire behavior and a lot of the things that are foundational to what we do. But until you lock the air brakes and step off that running board with a crew looking at a target structure that you do not know all the answers about, then you really don't have a good grasp of minimizing the threat. And that's what we try to do. Okay? So that's kind of like the first philosophy. We're not going to be safe doing this. We have to accept that fact. It's very dangerous. But also balancing with that, we're not here to sacrifice either. That sounds a little strange, I know. And that was something it's kind of like an epiphany to me. The week after September the 11th, 2001, I was in Manhattan with some of our guys doing some stuff. And I was with a FDNY battalion chief who had lost most all the guys that were assigned to his firehouse. And it was very, very late at night, well, early in the morning actually. And we were at a benefit for the fallen firefighters. And at the time, they still didn't know how many firefighters had been killed. But it was at a place, the place on 42nd Street, near 7th Avenue. I'll think of the name of it in a minute. But a two-story building, and the bottom was a restaurant, upstairs was a club, and man, they had all these famous people at the club. Paul Schaefer, the keyboards dude on the Letterman show, he was playing in the band. George Benson, the famous jazz guitarist. There was just all kind of celebrities and people there. Tons of firemen. And we were all in dress uniform because we had attended a funeral that day, which is what they did in the weeks after. They attended funerals all the time. If you were a fireman, then you were either on duty, at a funeral, or having a couple in the bar, pretty much, and then just cycle again. So we were in there, and the New York Radio City Music Hall Rockettes were there. Those chicks that do the dancing and all that sort of stuff. And one of them came up to me and my friend, and she was, almost emotional. I mean, she was just like, "Thank you so much, and what you guys are and what you do, and thank you for your sacrifice." And that's what she said. That sounded pretty, nice thing to say to me. Well, he got offended. He got upset, and he said some things to her that made her cry. And I'm like, dang, brother, take it easy. He had that. All the firemen kind of had that 1,000-yard stare. Come on in the house.
No, I was looking for Tom.
And he said, it's a hell of a thing for you to act like this now, after so many of us were killed. Well, that really upset him. And then he said, and I'll tell you something else, we didn't sacrifice anything. We didn't come here to sacrifice. We didn't go to those buildings that day to sacrifice. We're not in this business to sacrifice. We're in the business to win. We fully intended to rescue as many or all of the occupants and hopefully mount some sort of fire suppression effort. We fully intended to do that. The buildings just fell on us. That's just what happened. But we're not sacrificing anything. Well, that really dug into my brain, wow, I've been looking at this all wrong. Because what he was saying is we're going to do the job to the best of our ability and not become a part of the problem. Now think about that for a minute. If you get hurt at an incident, are you a part of the solution or part of the problem? Right. Who in here went through whatever recruit school or basic training to become a rescuee? Everybody in here wants to be a what? A rescuer, right? Has anybody ever been in a fire where a mayday was sounded? An incident where a mayday was sounded? Anybody ever get hurt? Been in an incident where a firefighter got hurt? I don't know, you may have. If you have, what typically happened to the incident management when that occurred? You're smiling, so you must have an answer.
I'll refrain my answer because it would not be a very pleasant remark.
Well, I'm not putting words in your mouth, but I'm going to say it probably went to shit.
No,
It did?
they did nothing.
Oh, they did nothing. Okay, indecision. Okay. So, that's part of the problem, right? Does that create more chaos? Yeah. Are we in the business to create chaos? No. What are we in the business to do? Restore order where chaos is. That's what we do. That's what you do. Boil it down to that. You restore order where chaos has occurred. It could be a car wreck. It could be a burst hot water heater. It could be a building on fire. It could be a medical emergency. Down power lines, animals stuck in a fence. It doesn't matter. That's what we do. That's what you do, is to put order back where that chaos is. We don't necessarily fix it for the long term, okay? But we at least, I guess, a good metaphor would be to stop bleeding at that point in time. And we do that by minimizing the threat to us so that we don't become a part of the problem, right? And we can put chaos. So that really spoke to me when I heard him say that. It changed the way I looked at things. And you guys can probably relate to this too, if you've been in the business for any amount of time. As a firefighter, I did things I shouldn't be here. I got away with stuff that I should not have. Okay? Just a lot of times it was just reckless, immature, amateur, not professional, that's for sure. But one of the good things about that is you get to learn. If the learning doesn't cost you everything, you learn what to do and what not to do. And I also learned from my officers. I learned from good officers and I learned from bad ones. I learned what not to do. And I made mental notes because I knew I wanted to be a captain one day. And I made mental notes like, well, this is what I would have done in this situation, or here's what this captain did, and it worked out really well or not so well, whatever. As a captain, as a company officer, I got a little bit more conservative. Why? My number one charge was to make sure that those firefighters went home the next day in at least as good a shape as they showed up for. Okay? But get the job done, get the mission done, right? But do it and be successful. So, if there wasn't very much to be gained, I would not risk them, because that's what I'm doing. Those are my tools. Those firefighters are tools assigned to me, and it's my responsibility to care for them and to make sure that they get the job done. Meet the mission, right? What's the mission? Save lives and property. Bam. It's just that straight up. Okay? As a battalion chief, wow, you could have got people to say Wilson's got lace on his pants. Because I got a lot more conservative. And here's why. I didn't want to have to go to a spouse or a family member and say, hey, your great firefighter was killed in the line of duty early this morning. You know, he was in a vacant warehouse under a Bowstring Trust roof when it collapsed. I didn't want to have to do that. I've had the occasion to tell a loved one that their spouse was dying or about to die. It's terrible. It's horrible. And to stand there while that happens. So I knew that if it ever did, and I accepted the fact that it could, even if we was doing everything right, I wanted to be able to say, and your firefighter had just saved like 2 babies and had a naked lady over his shoulder as he, was climbing one-handed down the ladder or whatever. I want it had to count, right? It had to count. It had to be a reason. So I began to kind of do a lot better risk versus gain management on the fire ground, and that's when you become more professional. Okay? So what is the difference between a pro and an amateur in regards to firefighting, to being a firefighter? What's the difference? What do you think? Give me a definition of an amateur, something that an amateur firefighter does.
Tunnel vision.
Excellent, yes. What is tunnel vision?
See the fire and going straight to it, but you don't see the ground.
Okay. Has that ever happened? Does it still happen? Okay. All right, now compare that to a pro. How would a pro deal with it?
Step off the truck, take a quick second, look around. Before you put your mask on, before you pull a hose line, just sit by the truck and
Are we talking like minutes?
set.
No. Right. Okay. So, this is a pretty good segue. What is your greatest level of protection against getting hurt or injured at an incident? Is it your turnout gear? Your training? Anything else?
Common sense.
Common sense, which isn't common. There's one more thing.
Do nothing, your level of awareness.
Absolutely. Your situational awareness. Being aware of what it is you're at and what is about to happen and having a few very, very important questions answered. Okay? That's your greatest tool toward getting the mission accomplished and not becoming a part of the problem yourself, is being aware, situationally aware of what's going on. Okay? Somebody said something about tunnel vision earlier. What's the greatest compromiser to situational awareness? Think about that for a second. What compromises your situational awareness more than anything? Okay, I can give you a clue. Why did you want to be a firefighter? Be honest. Why did you want to be a firefighter? Anybody?
Like excitement, like to tear stuff up.
The adrenaline, right? That's exactly why. The adrenaline is that's the drug, that's the draw. If it wasn't for that, I'd have probably been a motorcycle cop or something. I had to score over on the test, but and you can say, well, yeah, my father, my uncle, whatever. I would ask this question in recruit schools that I taught all the time, and you always get somebody say, well, I want to help people, and yeah. Helping people's fine, that's a byproduct, but that's not why you want to do this. You want to do it because of the adrenaline rush, right? You're in a classroom, or you're training, or you're PT, or you're in the shower, or you're preparing a meal, and all of a sudden, whatever bell and whistle goes off, lights, respond to the report of a structure fire across the street from 123 Jones Street. Okay, does that pique your interest a little bit? What's different about that dispatch?
Across the street.
Which means what? Somebody has probably called that in and seen it, okay? It's not fire alarm sounding, it's not check of CO detectors, none of that. It's report of a structure fire across the street. So now what happens to your psychology at that point? Do you kind of lazily amble to the truck and thinking about, man, I better make sure, you know, we pick this up on the way back so we can have dinner or whatever? Or do you go into assault mode, right? You start, okay, so you get on the rig and the diesel fires up and you're putting your stuff on and the officer's pressing hard on the siren and the air horns and the radio's crackling and you hear dispatch to Engine 1, we're now receiving multiple calls reporting fire on the second floor with people trapped on the third floor. We're filling the box out. You going in with 2 and 2, whatever. Okay. Now what's going on inside you? Okay, this is legit. We're going to work, right? This is legit. Maybe a rescue. And you turn into the block. And all you can see is smoke and fire blowing out that second floor balcony, and you're the first company there, the first engine, the first ladder, whatever, right? And some of y'all are getting excited just listening to me talk like this, because your adrenaline starts to overwhelm you. And then you begin to act. If you let the adrenaline rush overwhelm you, you lose your situational awareness. That's the difference between a pro and an amateur at this job. A pro experiences the adrenaline rush, because, come on, let's be honest with ourselves, that's why we do it. But then goes back into thinking mode and being aware of what it is you're about to do. Okay? How many of you have ever seen forcible entry by human body? Where they kick a door in. Right? How many of you have ever participated in that? I did. Sure. What's going on there? Go back to your basic forcible entry training. Who was taught to use their body as a forcible entry tool? Right, SWAT teams, pretty much. We're taught to size up the forcible entry problem and apply the correct tools to get in quickly, causing maybe the least amount of damage if that's an issue, but more importantly, to control what? The door, right, because we don't want to close the damn door back, you know? And so if you just kick it off the hinges, you have no control over the door and no control over what's going on. And anything that's behind that door that's bad can come out and bite you. So that's an amateur that does that. They get absorbed by the adrenaline and just charge, okay? As a company officer, one of your jobs is to control that. As a fire ground officer, a fire battalion chief, your biggest job is to control that and make sure that those moves count for something. Because that's where we get hurt. That's where we get killed. I'm not immune to that adrenaline. I have experienced it and made stupid decisions plenty of times in my career. One night, as a chief officer, doing about 110 miles an hour in a 35-mile-an-hour speed zone, right down North Sharon Avenue Road in Charlotte. Because I thought I was responding to a line of duty death. Firefighter was lost in a building fire. Got on the radio, was whimpering, calling the battalion chief by his first name. Please come get me. The transmission sounded like this. What's going on when you hear that? There's just enough air left that you can actually take a breath, but it won't run the vibrator at the same time. Okay, so you're down about the last 10, 20 breaths. That's that's what we're listening to on the radio. That's what I was hearing. And I looked down and the speedo is off the chart. Well, you know, even a 4-lane thoroughfare in a 35-mile-an-hour zone, somebody pulling out an eighth of a mile in front of me, they don't know I'm running 110 miles an hour. They might see the lights, but they don't damn sure ain't gonna hear a siren or nothing, and don't care because they don't know I'm coming that fast. They think they got plenty of time. They pull out, I T-bone them, everybody gets killed or maimed or whatever, and what have I done? Did I save anybody? No. I become a part of the problem. Engine and ladder company drivers, right? Where do you make up your most time in response? Say again?
On the road.
You make it up on the road? Should you make it up on the road?
Nope.
No.
That's where it is.
Where should you make up that time? Getting out of the firehouse is the first place, right? And preparing your equipment and gear so that you can have it donned by whatever means. I know everybody wears a seatbelt when you arrive at the incident, okay? Knowing your route, knowing which way to get there and what the quickest way to get there is. But we can't do anything about the space-time continuum, okay? If it takes 6 minutes to go 2 miles in this traffic grid, that's what it takes, okay? Speed bumps don't automatically get flat just because we're on an emergency response. You still got to slow down because if you hit it too hard, you tear something up or you throw somebody out of a seat or whatever, okay? So you make your time up getting out of the house and knowing where your route is or knowing what route you're going to take. Those drivers that press the pedal to the metal and try to make up time by increasing their speed, you're just dancing on the minefield. That's all. And it's bad enough now with people in traffic anyway. They try to outrun you. They jockey for position, try to get around you, whatever. And I've known drivers that put a piece of tape, put a piece of reflective tape on the column where the bay door is. So they're sitting there watching, and as soon as that bay door reaches that piece of tape, they know they got clearance, and it's dropped a hammer. And a lot of times they're not even concerned if everybody's seated and belted in or even on the truck. As soon as that door clears that tape, we're gone. Because we want to be first in, right? We're not going to let somebody else beat us in our own first due area. Now that all sounds like fun, hoorah stuff, but what mindset does it put everybody in? It puts you doing dangerous, illegitimate, amateur stuff. We want to get there intact so that we can provide the service and not be a part of the problem. So, the adrenaline can compromise your situational awareness. What else can compromise your situational awareness? Who in this room has been a firefighter for more than 10 years? Okay, who's been more than 20? Okay, you two guys. What was the turnout gear that you were issued when you first started?
The worst crap they had.
What was it? I mean, literally.
I don't even remember what it was. It was,
Type of helmet, the type of coat?
yeah, it was the old LA style helmet.
Okay,
It was
okay,
just an old wool lined coat,
okay,
wool lined pants,
alright,
rubber boots.
okay.
It wasn't anything, you know, to me it was the best thing since.
Sure, absolutely. You're just happy to,
Yeah.
yeah,
To do something, but
right. What was yours?
Hip boots and brown mule gloves.
Work gloves like you could buy at the hardware store. Yeah, sure. Or if you were really cool, you had those orange fireball gloves, which I had a pair of them, and your hands would stay dry because they had that poly whatever coating on. Now they still melted and burned up, but at least your hands stay dry, right? Okay, so compare that with what you have now. What do you have now? Say again?
it's great.
No, the actual components. What are they now?
Well, I mean, we have interactive passive devices.
Okay.
It has a big red box on the side that nobody ever.
Well, we didn't even talk about the air pack. Where was the air pack when you first started?
In a box on the truck.
In a box. And where was that box? In a compartment.
In a compartment.
And what was typically more junk laid on top of that? Now, why was that?
They didn't use them.
You didn't use them, why?
It's just.
Because it took too much time, right? And if I took time to get in that box and get the air pack on, plus they were heavy, you know, and plus they were 2216 PSI cylinders, so you only really have like a good 8-9 minutes of working at peak output in an IDLH. And if you took time to do that, somebody else grabbed a nozzle and was in there fighting fire or putting water on fire and you missed out, right? So, yeah, we now have hoods that are double, triple thickness hoods, ear flaps that come up. My first helmet had ear flaps in it. That was for winter. If it was cold outside, I put the ear flaps down, right? If it wasn't, they were stuffed up in the helmet because it just looked stupid to be wearing ear flaps, especially with a 5A leather New Yorker. I mean, it's just wasn't done. And the helmet had to have the appropriate bends in it, right? Because looking cool is like 90% of it. You gotta look cool. And we had a turnout coat. Mine was cotton duck with big rings, and I didn't always clip all of them. And the work gloves and hip boots or thigh boots. If you were in a ladder, you had them rolled down all the time. If you were in an engine, you pulled them up because chances are you were going to be crawling on your knees and you get wet. You know. So that was it. The air pack? Huh? A hood? Are you kidding me? Now, I'm not into testing the flash point of my skin, but there are some positive things to having these earlobes exposed in an IDLH atmosphere. Okay, I know that that's not acceptable anymore. I get that. But we used to have a saying that a lot of times the fire will remind you to do things. Okay, if you're not thinking about it, the fire will remind you. And if you got in too fast, too quick, when you start feeling these stinging, you know I need to get low. How many of you have seen firefighters just with all the gear on walk into an IDLH, just like they was walking into a room, right? Disappearing into the smoke. Who in here was taught how to do that? Was anybody taught to do that? No. How were you taught to enter an IDLH? You go down, you get on a wall, and you search or advance the line or whatever with orientation to a left or right hand pattern. We were never taught just to walk across the floor. I've seen guys with ticks. Tick's a great thing. It's a tool, right? It's not a divining rod, okay? It's not a panacea for everything. It's simply a tool. You still have to use the basic firemanship. So if you come in, you get down, maybe the officer's got the tick, it's a directed search or a led search, but I've seen guys with a tick just walk right in and go right into a hole in the floor. In training, in artificial smoke, right? So you cannot, let me see if I can say this right. This is an old saying I used to love. Superior equipment cannot compensate for inferior tactics. What's that mean?
Still didn't have to know how to do the job. You're putting in here, so I can do it for you.
Absolutely. What is our superior equipment today in 2022? Yeah. Being retired, you kind of lose. Our superior equipment today is unbelievable fire helmet with all sorts of stuff in it, headbands and cushions and extra, and the helmet weighs like what, 10 pounds? You know, you get neck problems because you're wearing it because it's that heavy. Ear flaps, high collar on a turnout coat. My original turnout coat had a corduroy collar in it. You know when I turned the collar up? When it's cold outside. The rest of the time it laid flat. But now we got those C-collar things that come around, and then you got a triple thickness hood. So all this, and then your mask, and we're taught how to make sure that the hood interfaces properly, and you got complete coverage. And then down to the coat. The coat is, out of shell, vapor barrier, inner liner. It's got a specific TPP rating. What's that? What's a TPP rating for turnout gear?
Protection.
Okay. And do you know what your TPP rating is, the gear that you wear every day? Do you know what that number is and what it means? You don't have to answer that. But if you don't know, is it something you probably would want to know? I mean, if I was a police chief and I issued you a ballistic vest, wouldn't you want to know, will this stop handgun ammo, or will it stop rifle rounds, or, if it hits, is it going to splatter and hit my face? That kind of thing. You'd want to know that, wouldn't you? How do we not know what the TPP rating of our turnout gear is and what that means? Okay? But it's great. The turnout gear is great. Then you got the bunker pants and got all the same stuff going on with that. And then you've got Nomex and Kevlar and PVI and the gauntlets and, the gloves, specific fire gloves. And boy, you're just cocooned up like crazy, right? Does that impact your situational awareness? You better believe it does. That's not necessarily a great thing. That's one of those cases where superior equipment cannot compensate for inferior tactics. You're wearing all that stuff. You come walking into an IDLH and don't maintain situational awareness, don't use basic firefighting tactics that you were taught, stay low, right or left hand, whatever, then you're going to compromise yourself and you're going to get hurt. Or you're going to hurt the team, or you're not going to get the mission accomplished, right? And that's not what we're here to do. If I had my way, this would be my breathing apparatus. Back in the 1800s, that's why you see those pictures of those firemen having long ZZ top beards. You ever see that in courier knives? You know why? They would dip the beard in water and then put it in their mouth and breathe through it. That was their breathing apparatus. Now, it filtered out some of the smoke, the particulate unburned matter. They didn't do anything about the carbon monoxide, so they still died. But, that was an attempt. So I'm not saying we need to go back to that. But in my 3/4 turnout coat, my roll down hip boots, and no air pack, and my work gloves and my helmet, I got a lot of stuff done. Maybe not the same way that you do it now. But back then, ventilation was mandatory. It had to occur during the fire attack. There was no, we'll just grab a line and run in there and hit it. You had to engineer the building, get the smoke. And what are the products of combustion? Smoke, heat, and fire gases, the 3 products of combustion. You had to get that mess out, right? Not only did it make the attack more tenable, but it also created a little bit of an environment that a victim could possibly survive if we were doing it fast enough. But I could put that stuff on today and still be an effective interior firefighter. I'd be violating all kind of OSHA and NFPA, laws and standards, because we don't do that anymore. But you can use superior tactics. Often you can compensate for inferior equipment. So the reverse is then true of the first part. And we teach people to rely on their gear so much now that they forget about the basic tactics of firefighting, and their situational awareness is compromised. When your situational awareness is compromised, then you become exposed to a much greater threat. Okay? Now you got situational awareness for the nozzleman or the guy at the door, and you got situational awareness for the officer. Okay? They're going to be different, right? You can take me right now. Don't make me show you. But take me right now and say, Mike, you're the pipe man on the engine. Okay, I got the nozzle. And when we roll out here going to a working fire, am I going to be thinking all about incident command and strategy and all that sort of stuff? No. What am I going to think about? I'm going to think about that nozzle and that right there in front of my face. Because I'm the one that gets to put the water on fire. So that's what I'm going to be thinking about. So who do I need to think about that other stuff? I need that also. That ringtone is really freaky. I need that officer to be aware. And I need that chief that's running the thing to be aware of where everybody is and what they're doing. Okay? What is another great compromise to situational awareness? What's freelancing? Anybody know what freelancing is?
Doing what you want.
Say again?
Doing what you want.
Okay. Have you ever been to a fire where there was freelancing that went on? Right. Okay. Is it something that we want to happen? No. So it probably don't happen anymore then, right? Since I retired, they probably stopped doing that. Why does it happen? Why does it still happen? I think everybody in here can agree, no, it's not good. But why does it still happen?
Lack of accountability.
Okay.
Personal accountability.
Okay.
Immaturity.
See?
Immaturity.
Immaturity. Being an amateur. Yeah. And it compromises situational awareness, especially as a fireground commander. If I do not know who is where and what they're doing, I now do not have accountability. Okay? So, maturity. There can only be one person in the batter's box at a time. Right? That dude's got to either get a hit or strike out. If he strikes out, we replace him. But we train him to be the best hitter he can be before he gets into the batter's box. Does that make sense? What we do is systematic and it is by position, just like any sports team. Later we're going to talk about engine company ops and truck company ops and the positions on the company and the positions on the line. There are positions on a hose line, right? People need to be at specific places on an inch and 3/4 attack line when it goes into a structure. How many times have you seen 3 or 4 people bunched up at the nozzle on an inch and 3/4 inside a structure? You ever seen that? Do you need 3 or 4 people? What's going on there? Why are they doing it? Are they doing it because they're stupid? No, they're not stupid. Why are they doing it? Because everybody wants to be up at the nozzle, yeah, and be at the fire. A properly advanced attack line by an engine company, if you are the doorman or the slack man or whatever you want to call that position, you might never even get into the IDLH. You might be right there at the porch, and you are feeding hose or you're withdrawing hose as that team advances or withdraws. If you get all up in there and bunched up on the nozzle, now what happens? Does the line advance appropriately? No. Here's an even better question. Why do we tolerate that? Why do we allow that? Not only do we tolerate it, hell, we celebrate it a lot of times. If you see Mike, boy, he's up in there getting after it. You know, his helmet's all droopy now and salty, and man, we really kicked that one in the butt. We actually celebrate that kind of stuff. That is amateurish as it gets. Everybody's got to play their role and play by position. As a chief officer, in the years that I had command of Battalion 2, you know, running day-to-day operations and administration was kind of like trying to deal with a bunch of 14-year-olds, you know, because that level of maturity, and you guys know what I'm talking about. But when the bell hit, they became magnificent all of a sudden, you know. So I learned to kind of tolerate the silliness in order to trade off to get the professionalism at the incident. But the one thing that I would lose my mind about and take away somebody's birthday was if I called them freelancing at one of my incidents. If I'm running an incident and you're on the company, then you need to be exactly where you're ordered to be and not somewhere else. If engine 35 is told to stretch an attack line to the seat of the fire, there better be nobody touching that damn hose line except engine 35. And engine 35 better be on the other end of it when I go looking for them. Until I do what? Until I relieve them and put another resource. That's the level of accountability that we need to have, and that you need to have as a company officer or as a chief officer. Knowing where your people are and what they're doing. You don't have to answer this outright, but has anybody ever been at an incident and at some point during that incident you didn't know where your company was? Has anybody ever been in command of an incident and somebody say, hey, where's these resources, and you don't know where they are? You may have known of an incident where that happened. Okay, it may have happened to you personally. How did it make you feel if it happened to you personally? Is that acceptable to not know where people are and what they're doing? Are we adding to the chaos when that happens? Are we making the situation better? No. And are we exposing ourselves to a much higher level of threat and injury? Yes. So, again, back to the original question, why do we tolerate freelancing? It's something that we've talked about for 30 years that it shouldn't happen, yet it still happens. It'll happen today if there's a fire. Why does that occur? Why do we tolerate it? What can you do to prevent it? That's an actual question you can answer. What can you do to prevent it?
Be where you're supposed to be.
Play your position on the team.
Have your assigned task, you go to that area and you perform that task. When you get done, you call back to whoever's in command and say that assignment's complete. What do you have next?
Exactly. You don't glory hunt. That's for amateurs. I don't want to be with people like that. I want to be with professionals. When I hand you the ball and say, okay, you got the ball, then it's up to you and your company. And I'm going to give you the latitude to execute whatever that task is. If you can't do it, for whatever reason, you would notify command, we cannot make this floor. It's not vented, it's too hot, whatever. We're getting beat up in the stairwell. And then command can adjust. But I still have accountability and I know where you are and what you're doing. That way, if something bad does happen, I know where to start looking for you. Okay? What do you think happens to everybody's emotions when you hear a mayday on the radio? What's your first impulse? I may probably not have ever been to a fire with any of you guys, but if we were at a fire together right now and you don't even know me and you heard me say mayday on the radio, what's your first impulse?
Drop everything and go find them.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And that's the brotherhood. Yeah, something we celebrate. Is that what you want as an incident commander?
No.
No. That's an uncontrolled rescue attempt. We just ramped up the level of chaos even that much more, right? It has to be coordinated and methodical if we're going to be successful. But when you let the adrenaline and the emotion flow over you, you go right back to being an amateur. The first fire I ever attended was a mobile home. And so I had a big Plectron bell monitor that sat in my bedroom at home. And there were no pagers or anything like that. That bell monitor went off and it gave the address. And then I got into a 66 Mustang that had all of the red lights that the electrical system would carry, which wasn't much. And I would respond directly to the incident because I kind of lived distal from the firehouse. And pretty much put my gear on and do about whatever I wanted. And the first fire I went to was a mobile home. It had 2 doors, front and rear, or 4 and a half, and one line went into the front door and was going down the throat of the mobile home, and fire was blowing out the rear window. So I looked at that and I thought, okay, fire's coming out that window, what should I do? What do you think I did?
Take a hose and knock.
I grabbed another line and stretched it, and the engineer charged it, and I put it in that window. And them dudes in the middle, they come out the other side, okay? So that was amateurish. It was silly, it was destructive, it was dangerous, but the adrenaline was pumping. I'm a fireman, and there's fire, and I'm gonna put it out. I'm gonna be the hero and you know, be responsible for resolving this thing. And as it was, I was about responsible for getting some other guys hurt. So at that point in time, you know, I began to learn. But it boggles my mind that we still accept freelancing at our operations today. And I don't know why we do it. We tolerate it and don't speak out about it and say anything. We allow people just to show up and start operating. Okay? When I talk about the engine officer and the ladder officer after lunch, I'm going to say things like the officer has to call a flag. What do I mean by that? When the air brake's locked, should people just bail out and start doing stuff? No. There's got to be a play call, right? The officer might say, number 2 pre-connect, take it to the rear. Okay, now everybody knows what we're getting ready to do. There are positions that have to be covered. One of my favorites, I call it grab the nozzle and run. How many times have you ever seen that? Somebody goes to advance an attack line, they reach up to the bed, they grab the nozzle and maybe a fold and they take off, running towards the fire. Then what does the engineer have to do? Make sure all that hose is played out before he charges it, because he won't charge the hose bed. Now where's all the hose at? It's at the rear of the rig, or the side of the rig. Where does it need to be? It needs to be at fire, okay? Who was taught to advance hose like that? Anybody? Nobody was taught to grab the nozzle and run? Of course not. Yet we see it all the time. Why? What's happening? Lack of focus. What else is happening? Poor training, maybe? Officers not addressing problems at the incident. You know, like after the fire's knocked down, immediately, that most important critique you can do is that tailboard critique. All right, guys, what did we do here that worked really well? What did we do that didn't work well? Well, that grab and nozzle and run business sucked. We almost didn't get the line in place because of it. What were you thinking? Well, I just thought, you know, well, no, you didn't just think. You reacted, and that puts us all in jeopardy. So, all those positions have to be covered, and only certain people can be doing certain things at the time. And this is difficult for us, because we don't get a ton of fires, do we? No. And now we have a whole generation coming through, and it's hard to do training fires anymore with all the regulations and everything. So we have burn simulators, and we do sims and all that sort of stuff. But there's no replacement for actual training fires and being in the actual IDLH and learning all those positions. And when a fire does occur, everybody wants to get in on it, right? Everybody wants to be a part of it. I get that. It can't be that way. Not if we're going to be pros. Not if we're going to minimize the threat to us, and not if we're going to get the mission accomplished. Okay? So, it's a dangerous job. It ain't never going to not be dangerous, not until you can go to Walmart and buy a remote that you can carry on a keychain, and when you see a hostile fire, you point it and push the button and the fire goes out. Until that happens, we still got to do response, We still gotta get a hose line to the seat of the fire. We still gotta get the place opened up, get the smoke, the heat, and the fire gases out. We still gotta do overhaul. We still gotta get ladders. We still gotta search. We still gotta ventilate. What has actually changed about how we put fires out in the time we're talking about, 20, 25 years ago? What's actually changed?
What's burning?
Okay, yeah. Building construction has had a huge impact on what we do and what's actually burning. It's not organic material. It's man-made, poly whatever, and it melts, it burns like hydrocarbons, stuff like that. Okay? But what has changed about how we fight fires? Well, we got better apparatus, right? Better pumps, more efficient.
Years better.
Okay.
Years better.
We have the greatest gear probably in our history. I think that could be a negative thing
Take
too.
it to go deeper.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hoses and nozzles change
Okay, how have they changed?
as far as like diameter, like true diameter and different pressures and manageability and nozzle reaction and all that stuff.
Okay. For the better, for the,
I think for better.
okay.
Makes it easier to move and get to the.
So we've had some equipment changes, right? Definitely. I mean, the only thing I know about new nozzles or hose is we have low pressure fog nozzles, which will give you 150 at 50 or 175 at whatever you choose, whatever configuration you choose. We got those. And I don't recall those. When I came on the job, we had 95 gallon a minute turbojet nozzles that were on 1.5 inches. 1.5 inches was the working line. But because of the materials that are burning, you know, then versus now, we realize it's better to have more water, and that bumps it up to the 1.75 inches. A lot of departments will go 2 inch. We had Rockwood Navy nozzles that we used, and we had turbojets, and we had smoothbores. And even now, smoothbore, there's kind of been a resurgence of that style of nozzle operating and firefighting. It all goes back to do with putting the most water on the fire you can with the least amount of people quickly, right? You want to make your first swing what? A knockout punch. We're not here to mess around with it, okay? But what has actually changed about how we go about dealing with structure fires? We got better equipment, got better comms, right? Better communications. I remember the day that there was only one portable radio, and that was the officer had. Okay? And in the volunteers, it may have been nobody had a portable radio. It was just the truck radios. Now everybody's got a radio, which is a great thing. It gives everybody the ability to, you know, hear what's going on. Not so much talk, but to listen, right, as to what's going on. Okay? And that's a good thing until you mash the PTT button and you hear, like every time in Highland Creek I tried to use the radio. Because there was a dead spot out there. So I reverted back to using a bullhorn. I could get a voice gun, the federal makes it's called a voice gun, and I could talk to companies operating at the incident and they could hear me fine. And it worked. Okay? So there's old technology, still works, you know, at this stage in time. So what has actually changed about how we put fires out? And the answer is nothing. In 1812, they still had to get a water supply. Might have been from a cistern, it might have been from bucket brigades, but they had to get a water supply. They still had to overcome the BTUs being liberated with enough GPMs, whether they was dumping it on there with buckets or pumping it out of a hand cart. They still had to stretch lines, hose lines, to the seat of the fire. They still had to ladder buildings. They still had to go inside and get people out, doing searches. They still had to get the smoke to heat the fire gases out. And once the fire was knocked down, they had to overhaul it and make sure what? What's the definition of overhaul? The seeking out and extinguishment of hidden fire and determining the origin and cause, okay? They still had to do all that in the early 1800s. It's exactly what we do now. We just have better equipment. We may or may not have more people. Back then, everybody was a member of the fire brigade, and they used everybody. And if you think I'm wrong, tell me. What has actually changed about how we fight fires?
Changed a little bit.
Say again?
The priorities have changed a little bit.
Tell me about it.
17 and 1800s, your main priority in a house fire or building fire for the FDNY, for example, was to save property, the interior contents, because that's all it had. It wasn't life safety, is more for the property and contents, because one of the main tools on the rig or the cart was the bed key. So I guess that's a little difference than what 300 years, but
I think that I'll argue with you that the top priority was not life preservation. It still was, but they're looking at a potential conflagration.
right.
If they don't put this fire out, it could engulf the whole town, and then you wind up like Chicago or San Francisco or something like that. So yeah, they were a lot more geared to dumping enough water on the fire to put it out, but their number one priority was still saving lives. And that's another way you can save lives. John Norman said in his book, you want to save lives, put the fire out. That's the best way to get that done. But still the same tactics are employed, right? So all that being said, again, we get to the subject of superior equipment trying to overcome inferior tactics, and you can't do it. Superior tactics always can win. Don't always, but can. Okay? Insurgents with inferior equipment kept the Russians just really annoyed during the 80s in Afghanistan. I mean, a world nuclear power and guys with literally flintlock rifles in some cases, that were halfway barefooted and not supplied or anything else. And finally, after 10 years, the Russians said, that's enough of this crap, and they pulled out. Okay, and they had helicopters and everything else. Now, the insurgents did, or the Mujahideen did, get some help from outside entities in the form of, shoulder-fired missiles and everything else, but still, they did not have nearly the power or the gear, and they used superior tactics that they had to learn the hard way. All right. So, all that being said, and with the greatest equipment we've ever had in our history, we still are losing guys. You read the death and injury reports and IS reports, we're still losing guys to respiratory insult. Yeah, why? We got air packs. Everybody's got a mandatory air pack rule, right? Does any department you know of not have a mandatory air pack rule? If you're in the ideal age, you got to have respiratory protection on. Okay? I remember the days we did. I remember the days that they tried to do that and we rejected it. I remember the days when they did it and we put cheaters on the regulators, so you didn't have to put the mask on. You could just take a hit off the cheater and get a couple of breaths of fresh air and go about doing what you were doing. Okay, but now it's pretty much accepted. PPE means breathing apparatus. But we still lose people. Why? We still lose people to thermal insult. Why? We still lose guys getting burned up. Why? We got the greatest gear of all time. What's going on?
Get too deep too fast.
And that's the thing about modern turnout gear. You can go way too fast, way too deep, and by the time you feel the pain, guess what? It's too late. There's no way to relieve that except get that gear off. What happens if you hit somebody with a hose string that's in that circumstance? What do? You steam them, yeah. Yeah, you boil them in their gear. So that's how good that gear is. I've always been a fan of Scott air packs. I wore 4.5 Scott in college, and you know, I always thought if I'm going to equip a fire department, I look at the fire departments that go to more fires than anybody else to see what they use, and if they use it, hell, it's got to work, right? And FDNY used those 4.5s, and I remember when Josh Shirley went into the basement back in 2002, he was exposed to what we estimate like somewhere between 1100 and 1500 degrees for about 40 seconds, okay? But they pulled him out utilizing his air pack straps, which was a Scott, and the straps didn't burn through. And his respiratory system was protected. He never compromised. Most people die from thermal injuries because they breathe in superheated air and it burns the respiratory tract and then they drown. Because that's what the body does when it receives a burn insult. It pumps fluid to that area. But he did not have respiratory tract burns. That air pack held up. And I think about that and I'm like, man, that's the air pack that I want to have on from now on, you know, because it worked that well. But I'm just, you know, I guess I'm a brand snob anyway. I just thought that was remarkable. But if you look, and many of you have, I'm sure, seen his gear that he was wearing when he went into the basement, I got gear that I wore in training fires that looked way worse than the gear he had on. It doesn't seem like it sustained that much damage. But what happened is it cooked him in the gear, literally like a baked potato, and he was cooked inside the gear because that gear is so effective. That vapor barrier, but once all that heats up, there's no way to get rid of it until you just get the gear off, and you can't do that till you get outside. How many of you have ever been in a fire and you come out and you take a glove off and you reach up to get your helmet or to release the buckle and you burn your hand? Anybody ever had that happen to them? Sure, yeah. That gear gets crazy hot and you don't even realize it, okay? So, situational awareness, playing by position, no freelancing, using all of the gear the way we're supposed to, but realizing that does not compensate for poor tactics, and keeping the mission focused first. As leaders, company officers, chief officers, that is your job. Okay? And it's not an easy job. It's a crazy responsibility. I recall right after I retired, a friend of mine who's a fire chief called me. He said, "Hey, Mike, we got to have you. You still got another 5-10 good years left." And I'm like, "Oh man, really?" And I said, "What do you want me to do? I want you to come to work full time as a battalion chief." Yeah, I don't know. What's the work schedule? 24/48, deal breaker. I'm done. Oh, come on. Well, maybe you can come to work part-time. Okay, I'll think about that. Do I have to shave? Well, yeah. No, deal breaker. I'm done. And I told him, I said, "Brother, the only way that I want to come to work is if I am the firefighter 1, I want to be assigned to the forceful entry position on the ladder. Tell me what my cleanup is. I come in the morning, I do my cleanup, I check my gear, and then I'm going to sit down and bitch until lunchtime. And when lunchtime comes and everybody says, 'What do you want to eat?' I'm going to say, I don't care, until they go get it. And I'm going to say, 'Man, I didn't want this crap.' And then I want to work out and maybe take a nap and maybe a company drill of some sort of time. Don't ask me to make any decisions. Don't ask me to teach anything. I just want to be a fireman, right? And where's our DVD library of hunting videos, you know? So when you make that transition from firefighter to officer, it's a big deal, you know. You get new collar ornaments and a badge. And there's usually a ceremony, and now you're the captain or the lieutenant. And you have, and I've had plenty of those people say to me, Yes, now I'm a captain, now I made it. And the answer is, no, you ain't. All you've done is prove that you have the makings to be an officer. You filled out all, you checked all the boxes, you've gone through the promotional process. Doesn't mean you are one, just means you have the makings. To be, and listen to this, to be a good company officer, you need to have been a great firefighter. To be a good chief officer, you need to have been a great company officer. I was not a good chief officer until October 31st, 2016. That's the day I worked my last tour. When I worked my last tour, I could look back and say, okay, I was a chief. I made it that far. But up until that day, I was still developing. And so many of us get that promotion to company officer and they just shut down. They go, I don't have to do that anymore. You know, I don't need to put my gear on like that. I'll sit in the cab while the guys go do the hydrants. Right? You ever seen that happen? Okay. Because I have the paperwork and everything I have that I'm responsible for, so I'm not really, you know, the question is what are you first and foremost?
Fireman.
You're a fireman. Sure. How many veterans in here? Anybody? Air Force? Okay. Anybody else? Yeah. Okay, Army. All of the military services have a basic, you know, tenet. And the one I like to use as an example is Marine Corps. Marine Corps says every Marine a rifleman. Okay? I don't care what you do. You can be a cook, you can be a diesel mechanic, you can be an artillery, it don't matter. First and foremost, you are a rifleman. The commandant of the Marine Corps, dude's on the Joint Chiefs of Staff, right? He still has to qualify with his rifle every year. Can you imagine that? But he still does. You know why? Because he's a Marine, right? And if he ain't a Marine first, then hell, he ain't nothing else. He's certainly not a commandant. My wife, bless her heart, she's blonde. When she worked for a law firm in Charlotte. It was a big look-him-up firm, and we would have to go to the proms every year, you know, the cotillions or whatever. And she bought me the first suits that I ever owned in my life. Up till then, it was either uniforms or Harley Davidson t-shirts and blue jeans. And she bought me these suits so that I could go with her to these, you know, big deal. And I would go and, you know, okay, good food and, you know, kind of stuffy a little bit, but inevitably somebody would come up to me and they would extend their hand and they'd say, Mike Wilson, Duke, class of '84. Okay, well good. And it was an attorney. And they would ask me what I did and I'd say, well, I'm a fireman. And my wife would say, oh no, he's not just a fireman, he's a captain. And I'm like, yeah, that's my rank, for sure. But I'm a fireman. You asked me what it was. I'm a fireman, first and foremost. If I'm not, then I ain't nothing else. Right? That means that I still wear all my gear. That means I still know how to roll hose, climb ladders, run power equipment. It means that I can still make all of my EVSS connections in the dark with gloves on. It means that I know how to deactivate my pass device when it's gone into full alert. I saw a battalion chief in training one time, his pass went to full alert, and he shook. I thought he was having a seizure. I was afraid his eyeball was going to come out. He just kept shaking. And finally, a recruit on the training ground walked over and said, here, chief, look at me. And they reset the button. And he laughed. He thought that was funny. I thought it was pathetic. You know, there's a battalion chief and a recruit showing him how to use the number one most important seminal piece of gear that we have, the breathing apparatus. You know, so to be a good company officer, to be a good battalion chief, you need to have been a great firefighter, and that process never stops developing. Just because you're now the captain don't mean you are a captain yet. You have to learn to lead from the front. You can't push a rope. That means everything on that company that can be done, you need to know how to do it, even better than the engineer does. Okay? Now, obviously, I'm not gonna be in the same physical shape and, the same youth as the guys that work in my battalion. They're gonna be a hell of a lot younger, a hell of a lot stronger, a hell of a lot better physical shape, but I can still do the job. May not be able to do it as fast as they do it, but I can still do it. Okay? That's important. It's important as we talk about the attributes of a leader. You know, what you look for in a leader. And we'll talk about that when we come back from a break. Go ahead and take 10 minutes and get coffee refills and biscuits and all that.
You can think about that, man. It might be done.
Come over here and get it. Come here. You look like a homeless man, David.
Nobody nobody ask anything from me. Hey, sir.
Good morning.
Throw up. I hit you in the balls. That's good. You might get kids again. Good.
Where did you find that?
What's that? Oh,
Really?
It's there.
Okay. I guess I never thought about that.
woodencourt.com.
Okay.
They got a lot of stuff that you
Is
ain't gonna
Casey
find
here
around
today,
here
or is
in the
this-
store.
Hey, Chad, what's his name over here?
But they're also sold out of a lot of stuff too.
Yeah. Well, I thought that you just went up north,
Yeah,
right?
neither I, so I guess.
I thought you might have stopped somewhere, because there's a lot of states you can
I'm
still
putting it
get.
over here.
Yeah, I went to Wisconsin, so
That's literally a script.
where I was at in Wisconsin,
Anybody read
they
this?
probably don't have that kind
No,
of stuff.
I can't.
None of y'all.
Man,
Number 10.
in 2017, I was at a store
That's
in
a separate
Rawlings, Wyoming.
Just that. Oh.
And this store is like, I can't remember the name of it, but it was like a combination Home Depot, Bass Pro, Walmart, and auto parts place. And it had a liquor store.
Really?
It's like Manland, you know, oh. And, I went into the liquor store and cause, the crew I was riding with, the girls wanted margaritas, so I was supposed to get tequila. And I went past the bourbon, and it was like $8 sitting there.
Christopher Jones?
And I looked, and the price was $42 a bottle. I said, oh my God, I run up to the
Yes,
lady, I
it's all of
said,
them together.
is that for real? She said, yeah.
Put these people's names on there.
And I said, well, do y'all ship? Cause I was on a motorcycle.
Right.
If I'd been in my truck, I'd have bought all of them. And she said,
All
no, we
these?
don't ship. I said, oh
They're
gosh.
signed.
She said, why is that such a big deal? I said, because in North Carolina, you can't find it. And if you do, it damn sure ain't $42.
I got both.
But I didn't know, maybe you found it somewhere
I wish.
in your travels.
Yeah, I'm just, I'd be happy to find a bottle of Buffalo Trace locally.
Mount Pleasant. 2 weeks ago, I stopped in there. And I was looking for 1783, and the lady said, "Can I help you?" And I said, "No, I'm looking." She said, "Well, is there anything else that you want?" I said, "Yeah, a bottle of Blanton's." And she just rolled her eyes, and she said, "We ain't had that in a while." And then she kind of looked around. And she said, "I do have 2 bottles of Buffalo Trace in the back." And I said, "Well, that's really not the kind I like, but you know, thank you for telling me about it." But you never know unless you ask.
Yeah. So I went to Mount Pleasant a few times. Man, honey, you just gotta show up on Thursday mornings or every other Thursday, whatever it is, when the truck gets here, and what we get is what we get. And I'm like, she's like, typically the restaurant here, the Mexican restaurant, and 73 Main, by the side.
So I had these people.
Yeah, we always had a full-time.
Yeah, you can get it at 73 Main. They got it in their town bar. Well, I thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
How you doing?
Yeah, Larry gave me my official.
Well, I need to know. You're good, I'm good.
Hey, your name ain't Clark.
I know. Tell me about it.
We're gonna do a new, final inspection on those.
These are gonna go where?
East Lincoln.
Nice, nice.
Because they grabbed.
Really good.
Simple, no freezer.
Remind me of old FDNY stuff.
Oh, they're covered up with that shit up there.
Yeah.
That's today's paper.
Is that what you're doing right now?
I might have 10.
Brings me free stuff.
Huh? Yeah, free OSB.
Michigan.
14. For Spencer's class.
Oh, yeah.
Did he ask for 14?
Yeah. We ain't got this. We gotta burn
Yes,
flash
we
cans.
ain't got none.
We gotta burn flash cans 3 days in it this week, and we don't have, we don't start burning with them bullshit.
Yeah, hey, that live fire thing, no more MDF and live fire.
We just gonna burn. They said they burned it the other day, and they said it burned good.
Because he said that, he said something about not using MDF or anything with pearl in it. And I was like, what about flash cans? He's like, yep, that's gone. Did you ever have your live burn?
Wide open.
Your North Carolina live burn, did you ever go get it?
Oh, Lord, yeah. I had,
It was probably a lot different then though.
I got it in, 87,
Oh, cool, I was born that year.
88. Yeah, it was done by the Department of Insurance. And I remember who the instructors were. And,
I was supposed to do tonight,
you know,
I'm going through it now.
and I went through the upgrades all them years. I think the last upgrade I went to was in 2016, the year I retired, and I haven't been to an upgrade since.
So that's why, like, I said, oh, crap, we're here, we use it,
Snowboat.
we can't get paid.
Oh.
Oh, yeah. Are you here tonight? Oh, you'll be there anyways. I think we'll see. How many, who else is coming tonight? Just Chaz and I.
Just,
Alex? Alex will be here too.
I'm taking it.
But hey, are these still good?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nothing's changed on that? Okay.
Only thing changed was the sign-up sheet.
The job class?
Yep.
Okay.
State changed that.
Huh?
State changed that.
Did they?
No, yes, I did get 50.
So you'll be here all day long?
No, I don't come in until 5.
Why are you wearing Don's hat?
Huh?
Why are you wearing Don's hat?
No,
It says Clark on it.
it's not Jordan.
Oh, it does say 18 on it?
we're wearing the wrong hat.
Yeah, why are you wearing Don's hat?
Let's go. See y'all.
Joe, they made us do all of, you know, you'd have to check your fuel with a handful of straw and, all that stuff. The instructors were long-time state DOI guys, you know.
It's a headache now. It's 4 phases.
Yeah,
I just finished phase 2, which was 8 hours of NFPA review on standards, and then a test that you had to make an 80 on. Then it gave us a packet. I have 2 years to get. So basically, every title, fire tech, crew leader, backup crew leader, safety officer, lead instructor in charge, rehab facilitator, something else. There's 7.
All those dedicated to live fire.
I have to do 7. I have to do that position in a complete burn. So I could theoretically do a couple of them in the same live burn,
Yeah.
but I'd have to be organized as hell because I gotta come out and do this and then come over here. Every time you do that, you have to have a current live fire qualified instructor as a mentor that basically is standing beside me while I do all those roles. I can do that for a house, a prop, and a training center. And then you turn all that in, and then the state schedules you a day for a house and an LP, and you get tested on 96 bullets, and you have to make 100. Like, and the bullets are down to, here's like 21 things you have to hit. You have 2 minutes to tell them in your pre-fire briefing. If you're 2 minutes and 1 second, you failed. Like, there's no point even going on. It's stupid.
Well, that sounds extreme, but I mean, there is a need.
You have 30 minutes from the time the fire's lit to have it done. And by done, that's completely overhauled and everybody out of the structure. So from the time the ignition officer, you're like, yeah, go ahead and light it, he starts a stopwatch. And you have 30 minutes to have them put the fire out, overhaul the fire, and get out. Once they're out of the structure, it stops, but then you have to do a full safety check outside.
I don't even know how many live fires I've done. I've got a logbook that's got every incident, every working fire in it that I went to.
It's a lot.
But God knows, between Rowan and Cabarrus County and Cleveland County and Mecklenburg County.
Like, he's doing it with me. I'm not doing it because I want to burn a bunch of houses. I don't want to be in charge of that. I'm doing it because I want to learn their rules. So when we're doing stuff up here, or I'm helping the next guy do it, like, I know exactly, because just this last class I went to, he was in Wisconsin. The first day, I was like, we have some work to do. Because ignorance isn't good enough to say this is why we're getting fined or getting investigated. Like, there's a lot of stuff that we're not doing, and we thought we were doing. I mean, we're not doing a bad job, but like, there's some stuff that if somebody got hurt, it would delay their workers' comp, or it would cause a headache.
Yeah, I remember when they said they were gonna. First, they said they were going to prohibit using any combustible liquids.
That's gone too. You can't do that.
And then they said, well, local departments can get a variance if they. And I never was a big kerosene or diesel fuel dude. I like using straw and pallets. And I found that the fires that I created with Class A were a lot better fires. Now, you can't let the nozzleman go in there and douche everything down, because then you can't get it lit again. And you know, I'd use just a little bit. But I worked with guys that backed a fuel truck up to a place, and it'd be 200 gallons of diesel fuel in there.
Which said back it up today.
The recruits had come out with their gear soaked in diesel fuel, and you know, I can do better fires with just Class A. But I will always tell the crews, I'm guaranteeing you one fire. I guarantee you'll get one. Now, whether you get more than that, it's kind of up to y'all.
One fire is gonna be one hell of a fire.
Maybe. Maybe. I mean, it could be.
Well, you know, the goal is to burn the place down
That's the goal.
and remove as much of the, you know, organic material as possible, so the homeowner ain't got to do nothing but come in there.
It's just like little things I learned that I was telling him that, no, you're just oblivious you don't do. So like, when you burn a house, you gotta call EPA and get an air quality thing. You're supposed to do that every time you burn in one of those too. Every single time. So like, we're burning tonight, technically we should have called and got that certificate. Now they're good for 30 days, but it's just stuff that I guarantee you no one's doing that. And all it's gonna take is one person to get mad and file a complaint, and then you're backpedaling.
Oh, yeah. Because that's what regulatory agencies exist to do.
That's what he was telling us, like, all this stuff is here. He said, I'm not gonna come out to your fire training and bust your ass for it until someone gets hurt. Once somebody gets hurt, now you're gonna be in trouble. I mean, they're pulling, they had one instance he was telling us, what did the guy do? It was stupid. He lost every certification he had. Every certification, every qualification. He works for the hospital. It was something really stupid. I don't remember.
I'll let you know in April.
Is that when you'll be done?
Now, I told him
That's when I gotta go take the phase 2 part.
so it's 600 pages at FBA.
Yeah, right.
You have 8 hours. They tell you to, and it's the propane emergency book, which is 300 pages by itself. So they tell you to read everything before you get there and go through it and then bring it with you. He pulls up his PowerPoint. He doesn't use it, but you go through every line of that NFPA as a class. But then all of a sudden he'll be like, PowerPoint, and it'll be certain parts of that NFPA. He's like, hey, you better remember this. So about 75% of what he put up on the board wasn't on the test. He made the test. But the 25% that was the test was there. So I went back through my NFPAs and I highlighted that stuff in a different color. And I was like, you better get at least a 70. Because the last 30 questions are the water supply stuff.
Is that what you have to make 100 on?
You have to, yeah, on 80 on that. Him doing your burn with you, you have to make 100.
Oh, okay.
And that's the 96 bullet points, which they give you all of them. So him and I can go up there and we can practice them. Like we could go through the steps together and practice and be fine. But it's still 96 points. And he stands there with a clipboard.
Man, in the 80s and 90s, we got away with so much stuff. We did stuff that was just...
You're not allowed to add anything to the fire once the lighter's been ignited. You can no more fluff and straw. Once it, you have to build the set, light it, and then walk away.
Fluff and straw, huh? There was a fireman on the, back then it was Squad 1 and Truck 7. Truck 7 brought all the tools for extrication. And his name was Jack Pettis. He died last year, I believe. And Jack taught SCBA and almost every recruit class, and he taught the live burn, or he was one of the instructors that did live burn. He had a 2.5 gallon pressurized water extinguisher he filled with diesel fuel. So when you're crawling in the room to attack the fire, he'd hit the overhead with a broken stream of diesel fuel, which lit up really quickly and made a hell of a flashover rollover. And that kind of stuff was just normal.
We had one of those in Harrisburg. They got disposed of when a water conflict happened. They sprayed diesel fuel inside the station.
And they said, that's the reason they didn't do it, because they physically.
But yeah, we got away with stuff we should have never got away with.
If we would've done that, he said, then it would've been.
All right, you guys ready? Press on.
Sure they get out, that's the thing. Because if y'all just say, okay, y'all go ahead and go out,
Yeah.
then we come back in.
We had a couple, but they went over, we had to take one person out of the and they stopped and they said, all right, he's out of the guy in Outward, he was basically sitting on the windowsill and heater from outside, he's out.
I
They don't want to risk.
roasted a regulator, and when they brought me down the ladder, they didn't like protect my face. So regulators was like, my mask came off, everything came off.
I had a friend who retired from New York City Fire Department in 1976. He's dead now, but he became a really close friend and really kind of a mentor, because just sitting and talking with him, because he came through during the war years. He was a lieutenant in Ladder 11, which is Lower East Side Manhattan, late 60s, early 70s. He was a captain in Engine 218. So I'm talking about, fires like we can't even imagine. But he was telling me about a medal that he won for a rescue, and he found a lady in a tenement, and the fire was rolling out the apartment door, And he got her to the hallway, and he was dragging her, because he would tell me, you know, all this hokey stuff you see about fireman's carry, and he said, nah, you never do that, because if you pick them up, you're exposing them to the worst part of the smoke, so you always drag them. He said, but make sure you turn them on their back before you drag them by their feet down the stairs. And that's how he broke all her teeth. Bashed her nose in. But she's alive. So, yeah, it's the way that we used to do things, and it's kind of crazy the stuff we got away with. But he was hey, think about it. Nice shoes.
Thanks, buddy.
But he was he really was kind of an epitome of a leader to me, because there were things that we talked about, but he did them. He had done them, and he impressed me as an officer that would never ask his people to do something that he either wasn't doing with them or had already done and shown them. And he also taught me that you can't just earn it one time. You got to earn it every day until you're not working there anymore. It's just really important to set that standard. So that brings us to the part of the discussion. What are some of the tenets of leadership that are important to you? Now, you can think of a leader that you have admired or had in your lifetime. It could be a history, somebody from history. But what are some of the things that you want, some of the attributes you want in a leader? We'll just kind of brainstorm.
Consistent.
All right, there's the first one. Consistency. Explain what you mean.
You have some, I've had them in the past, and leaders, like you said earlier, you have good leaders and bad leaders.
Mm-hmm.
I was in a house where you had dual company and ended on a ladder, and the truck company captain was very weak, couldn't make decisions that his life. Like going down the road, if you haven't been to an address, he would look up the address for you. He just did not want to do what you thought a leader should be doing. And then when he made a decision, he would always second guess himself every single time. It was like, you know, he'd tell you to go do something, and you'd be like, oh, wait a minute, and he just couldn't do it. So over time, after being with him for a few years, it got to the point where he would give us an assignment, and we'd already know what to do, so we would just go do it, and he would follow us because he had no clue. And it was sad, but he just was never consistent on anything he did.
Okay. All right. Some of the other words that typically pop up when we talk about consistency, you'll hear somebody say that it wouldn't be fair, equitable, right? Because that's important, especially to the generation that's coming through now. It's got to be fair. That's not fair, right? Okay. And yeah, you do need to be fair, but you got to treat cases individually. And let me tell you what I mean. Now we're talking more about the administrative aspect of being a company officer. Okay. So let's say that we have a firefighter assigned to our company who is consistently arrives for duty an hour before the shift starts. Okay? Typically by the time the shift starts, this firefighter has his area cleaned up, all his gear checked out, and is ready for whatever the day's events are planned. Okay? And he's been consistent at doing that for 5 years, always. Okay? Until one morning, it's 7:45, 8's the shift change, and he's not there yet. Somebody's already calling him, trying to get in touch with him, and he comes rolling into the parking lot at 1 minute until shift change. Still, he's not tardy, but, you know, that's a little bit extreme, okay? So you just kind of raise an eyebrow, you don't, as the officer, you don't really say anything, because he wasn't actually, and then a week or two later, it happens again, and now he's like 2 minutes late. So one of the guys on the other shift is standing by for him. Yeah, I'm standing by for Mike, but you know damn well that that wasn't prearranged. He's just doing that to keep you from getting in trouble. As a company officer, what do you do about that?
You go to him and talk to him. He's got something going on at home, something jacked up with you, because that's not his normal. And a good company officer will notice that, because he's got something internal going on, something's not right.
Do you agree with that? Okay. Now, what's the book say?
Book says, oh, he's like,
Book says you gotta charge him with whatever disciplinary, but no, as a company officer, based on what this guy has been in his performance, you're gonna go to him and say, hey, Mike, what's up? You know, you're always here an hour early. Yeah, well, you know, with all the stuff's going on and my kids and my wife's having trouble and we couldn't get the kids and then we had the daycare, you know, whatever, and it just got away from us, okay? So what do you do when you hear that story? That's exactly right. What can I do to help you? Okay? Now, remember, we're talking about fair and equitable and consistent. Okay, now we got firefighter number 2. Firefighter number 2 shows up consistently every morning for duty at like 5 minutes till. He is known amongst all the shifts as a bell ringer, you know. Guy's kind of like him, but he's sub as far as that's concerned. And one morning, he shows up 2 minutes late. Somebody's standing by for him. Now, as a captain, how do you deal with that? What would you do?
Same thing. But that's what's going on.
Okay?
You have to be consistent, right?
Not necessarily. And here's what I mean. The first firefighter in our little example, what you did or what the prescribed thing you said, he earned that. How did he earn it?
by being consistent.
By being to work every morning an hour early, and it only happening once or twice until we figure out how we can help him. How about this other dude?
He didn't build his own.
He didn't earn it. He celebrated the fact that he showed up at the ringing of the bell when he knew that we're supposed to be there. And when challenged about it, he said, well, I'm going to start getting paid until 8 o'clock. Okay? Right there, you lost me. So when you violate the rules, I'm going to step on you. Is that fair? Is that equitable? You got to take things, based on their individual aspects. Now, yeah, you're going to get some HR person that says, no, that's not fair, you can't do that. Zero. You got to treat everybody the same, and I think I can make a pretty damn good case that I gave deference to this second firefighter. And of course, during that time, I'm going to counsel that person, say, look, man, I know the shift starts at 8 o'clock, but we got a lot of stuff we got to do, and everybody else is here early. I'm the captain, so I'm always here early because I got a lot of stuff to do before the shift even starts. And I expect you as being a part of the team to be here at least 30 minutes prior. And if you're not, you're calling me, telling me what's going on. Showing up here at 5 minutes till or 3 minutes till, all that does is weaken the whole team. Okay, so you would have been doing that all along. But here is a situation where maybe you haven't or you're not being consistent as far as disciplinary activities, but it's based upon the performance of the individual. And there'll be HR people tell you, no, you can't do that. That ain't right. It's not fair. I disagree. I give officer, I will earn their respect. I will never demand it. I will never tell them that they have to call me captain or they have to do whatever. Because the minute you do that, guess what? You lost it. Yeah. When I got promoted, when I would answer the phone, I'd say, Captain Wilson, can I help you? And of course, the guys would be, oh, he says Captain now when he answers the phone, and they laugh about it. But pretty soon, at least formally, all of my people call me by my rank, which is what you want. In the firehouse, I don't care, because in the firehouse, it's different, right? And we're going to talk about that little clash between what is administratively done in the firehouse and what is done at the incident scene, because it's tough. It's no other agency I know of in the United States deals with those things. Okay, and we'll talk about why here in a little bit. But that's a consistency. You want someone who is fair and equitable, but you got to understand that different people earn different levels of deference. Okay, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Now you have a hard time justifying it sometimes, especially if you're dealing with HR or whatever. But if you know your people and you document their performance, you have a much better base to stand on. All right, what's another leadership attribute that you'd like to see?
Integrity.
Integrity. Give me some examples of what you're talking about.
I mean, aside from the generic definition of always doing the right thing regardless of who's looking, but I think it encompasses some other things like honesty, trustworthiness, and all that stuff, that they're going to make the right decisions based on the incident or based on the safety of the crew type deal.
Okay. Truth is important. When I think of integrity, I think of a leader that when they make a mistake, they admit it. You know, yeah, I made that call. That was a wrong call. I shouldn't have done that. And here's what I'll do to fix it. I can go a lot farther with that dude, you know, because he actually, instead of trying to justify or, God forbid, start lying about what happened or trying to manipulate, you know, they say character is what you are when no one's looking, right? And I get that. Is there ever a time when you would lie to your guys? So you're the company officer, you got 3, 4, 5 guys on the company. Is there ever a time when you would lie to them? Well, even if it was for their own good? What if you were trying to protect them? And the correct answer is no, you don't. Why?
The minute you do, you lose that.
You lose credibility, don't you? Absolutely. And you might get it back, but it'll be a hard road to hoe. Okay? What's his name? The Fauci. He might be a brilliant man. He's obviously highly educated, but he lost me in the beginning of the thing when he said, don't wear a mask, you don't need them, and he turned around 2 months later and said, oh, you better wear 2 of them. And then he admitted that he lied the first time. Well, I lied because I wanted to make sure that we had enough for emergency workers. You don't get to do that. You just lost credibility. How do I know what you're going to manipulate if anything else you tell me? Plus, I tend to get really cautious and get my back to the wall when somebody tells me they're going to make me do something for my own good. I'm in charge of my own good. You know, I get the feeling somebody's getting ready to run something in me there when they tell me, well, you're going to do this for your own well-being, for your own good. Yeah. No, I make those decisions, not you. So, would you ever lie to your men, even to protect them? No. Are there things you can't tell them? So say you go to a staff meeting. You know, if you ever been to a staff meeting, when you come back to the firehouse, what's everybody doing? You know, they're sitting there waiting. What happened? What's the latest? I can't talk about that, guys. The chief said he's not ready to let that information out yet. Sorry. You know, but when the minute I can tell you about it, I will. So that's okay. That's not lying to them. That's simply following the administrative process and chain of command. But you never lie to them, even when you think you're trying to protect them. Because once you do, you lose that credibility. Okay, so truth, very important attribute of a leader. What's next? What's another one? I'll just write one. My turn. Communication. What do you want out of a leader as far as communication is concerned?
Clear, concise.
Okay?
Direct.
Clear, direct.
Two-way.
Tell me about two-way.
Be able to give feedback and receive feedback.
Squash the rumor mill.
To be a good listener as well. Okay? To actually listen and hear what you guys are saying. Right? The rumor mill is always a problem. Do you know who the world's worst people are to subvert the authority of the company officer? Company officers. You know how we do that? So, here we are, we're in our firehouse, okay? We're a couple of companies. And we're listening on the radio to a fire happening in another county, right? But they're all guys that we know, right? And so you hear a officer on the radio give an order or do something, and me and you are captains, and we're in this room, and I'm like, you hear that idiot telling him to do that stuff. Can you believe that? How incompetent he is? Things like that. What do the guys do when they hear that? What do? They absorb it, and they don't respect that person. You're cutting your own legs out from under you. You never break down a fellow officer, even when you know what you're hearing is stupidity. You don't do that, not in front of the men. Now, me and you go in the captain's office, because we're both captains. Oh, man, we need to do something. We need to talk to that guy. You know, that's terrible. Okay? That we're the world's worst. We do it to ourselves. Chief officers. How many of you have heard a disparaging comment about a chief officer and allowed it to hang out there? You ever done that? How many of you have heard that comment and say, hey, wait a minute. That's a battalion chief you're talking about. You're a firefighter. That's inappropriate. We're not going to get into a discussion about whether you're right or not. The wrong part is you said it in front of everybody. We don't do that. So we're the world's worst at cutting our own legs out from under ourselves. Okay? So in communication, you need to be able to be direct, concise, clear. You need to be able to listen for feedback as well. And this is administratively and operationally. Okay? What's another one? And there are a ton of these. What I'm going to do is we're going to write down the ones that we all brainstorm, and then I'm going to give you the three that I think are the most important. So what's another one? Think about some leader that you admire in your life. Historical figure, football coach, father, whoever.
Decision making.
Make a decision. Why is that an important attribute of a leader?
Right, wrong, or indifferent, something has to be done. Someone's got to be the decision maker.
Sometimes the worst decision is indecision. Make a decision, stay with it. If you get different feedback, okay, adjust. And say, yeah, that decision wasn't right, let's fix it. But you have to be able to make a decision, and that is one of the huge failings of ineffective leader is not being able to make decisions. You can find it all down throughout history. George McClellan was the first general of the Yankee Army during the Civil War, and Lincoln said McClellan is an excellent logistician. He's a great organizer, but he don't know when to fight. He shies away from when to engage the rebels. And so Lincoln went with Grant. And he caught a bunch of crap for that. Because Grant, he was a drunk, pretty much. And Lincoln said, well, if that's what it takes, buy him a barrel of his favorite whiskey. Because that man knows when to fight. He knows how. And that's what I need. Okay? So, decision makers. You don't want indecision. You don't want waffling or crawfishing or whatever you want to call it. You want that person to be able to make a decision, stay with it, evaluate, change it if necessary, but make that decision. All right? What's another attribute of a leader? Again, think about leaders that you admire in your life.
Don't ask them to do something you don't want to do yourself.
Lead by example. Literally critical at the company officer level. And I'm going to say it's about as critical at the chief officer level. Okay? If you follow the philosophy that you are a fireman first and foremost. Right? The last year that I worked, go to the academy for annual SCBA research. When you crawl through the maze and the payment box where they build a prop with fire and, making the EBSS connections and all that sort of stuff. RIT packs and everything. And the last year I worked in, and the train officer would come and say, Chief, what are you doing down here? Well, I'm going to go through the research. Yeah, but you're retiring in November. I know. Well, you don't have to do this. Well, yeah, I do. For me, I do. The reason, number one is after this year, I'm never going to do it again. So this is kind of like the last opportunity that I'll get to do this stuff. And it's still kind of fun to me, right? Even though my knees hurt and I can't bend and crawl as well as I used to be able to. But it's still kind of fun. But first and moreover is that every eye of my battalion is watching me to see what I do. And if I go down there and say, oh, this is my last year, I ain't going there. I'm going to stand out here where it's cool and talk to people. What message am I sending to them? Now, some of them might think, well, he's a chief. He gets that latitude. I don't want that latitude. I want to be a fireman. Right? So, when time would come for the annual jar pat, I would go, take my jar pat, and I'd have an officers meeting. I'd write my time on the board, and I'd say there's not one person in here that ought to be slower than that. Everybody in here ought to be faster than that time right there. You set the example. You lead by example. If you're an engine company officer, you're at or in front of the nozzle nozzle. If you're a ladder company officer, who's the first one on the roof? You are. Who's the last one off the roof? You are. Okay? You lead by example. You can't push a rope. You do not put your people in harm's way unless you are in harm's way with them. And you have something to gain for it. Okay? We already talked about doing a risk versus gain analysis. All right, what's another attribute of a leader?
Educated.
Okay. I'll just kind of lump them all together, okay? Talk about education a little bit. When you say education, what do you mean?
I don't mean like they have to have like a doctorate stays first in new technology or new tactics or whatever. Basically a student still, even as company officer.
Say that again, that last part. A student. I was a student of the fire service until the day I retired. Always a student. Always trying to learn. Okay, even when it was repetitive stuff that I already been exposed to, there's always something that you can pick up. Okay, education. Most departments now have a policy that says that in order to take the captain's test, you got to have an associate's degree. In order to take the chief's test, you got to have a 4-year degree. Okay, I was a part of all of that as we came through in the 80s and 90s. I've got a 4-year degree from the University of New Haven in Connecticut in arson investigation or minor criminal justice. I had a fire-related bachelor's degree before I even came to the fire department. Nobody else had one. Nobody in the Southeast had that degree. I was there the second year they started the program. And guess what I was met with? Boy, you ain't gonna put no fire out in them books. You gotta have experience, right? Okay. Well, they were right. I had education and very little experience. So experience is something that, you know, you can't just go and read a book and all that stuff and learn. But it didn't diminish the importance of an education. My education, I mean, and I thank my mother and father for the sacrifices that they made to send me to a private college in Connecticut, but I made a battalion chief in 10 years. That's directly because of my education. Education is very important, but I wouldn't make it mandatory in order to take a promotional exam. Why? Because there's guys that just, for whatever reason, simply didn't go to college. Maybe they got married, maybe they had a sideline job. Doesn't mean that they wouldn't be good leaders, right? So you really, you cull out a whole group of people by making that mandatory, whereas you could just say, okay, well, if you've got a 4-year college degree that's fire service related, you get 2 extra points in the process. If you don't have that degree, you better score higher on the test, or you better do better in the assessment center in order to make up for that. So you give them an edge, you give them an advantage if they've got the degree, but you don't make it a means of just culling out people that could be good leaders. Training is different than education. What's training? Training is manipulative skills, actual hands-on certification in one thing or another. CPR, live burn instructor, LP instructor, all that sort of stuff. That's training and certification. So yeah, you want your leader to at least have the level of those things that the firefighters have to have in order. I recall a situation some time ago where a chief was hired from another department into a major metropolitan department. It was like one of the first times they had used an outside person. And that chief came in and implemented a policy that all the members of that department had to have 4-year degrees in order to take a promotional exam. He didn't have a 4-year degree. So how do you think that went over? What do you think the attitude of the firefighters or the members of that department were? It's kind of like, well, yeah, you ain't got one. You making us have one just to take the test. That don't sound right. Okay? So again, leading by example. Before you implement that type of policy, you better make sure that you have those levels of education, training, and certification. Okay? It's also, you could say SME, subject matter expert. That's one acronym. KSAs, knowledge, skills, and abilities. All right, what's another attribute? There's lots
Back
of
to education real quick.
Yeah.
Do you think there's a fine line or a certain point where that does become important? Like we had this conversation at Matthews the other day where, yeah, a degree doesn't really necessarily help you in the technical aspect, but starting in the chief, deputy chief level, fire chief level, it's kind of a different realm, whereas those higher education classes might actually be more beneficial to how you perform perform your job at that level, then, you know, setting the certification level or whatever it is.
I would agree with that. I just am saying that it's not impossible to overcome the lack of the degree program.
Right.
You know, you can say, well, I went to the National Fire Academy and I got the executive fire officer, you know, and that's equivalent to a college degree. And that's fine. And if you did get promoted, you could still say, hey, it's contingent upon you completing this program. Yeah, we'll go ahead and promote you. You've met all those, you've checked all those boxes, but we want you to develop. And here is an educational program that we've laid out for you so that you may decide to be a deputy or an assistant. You're going to need those administrative skills for budget and, you know, corporate management and all that sort of stuff. Okay? Did that answer your question? What else? What's another attribute of a leader?
I think one that's accessible.
Ah, okay. Tell me what you mean by that.
He's got to be able, you've got to be able to approach him with either a personal issue, a station issue, an employee issue. He's got to be open for things that others have to say to him about what's going on around him. If he's sheltered in his office all day, he's basically saying, I'm better than you, leave me be.
I would agree with that. I would certainly agree with that. There's some caveats, though, that we need to talk about. Number one, it's real easy to subvert the chain of command with the open door policy. You see what I'm saying? Like, at the firehouse I was assigned, my office was up in front of the building in the corner. You know, I pretty much had my door open all the time when I was in the office. The only time I ever closed and locked the doors is if I was doing some kind of a personnel thing, or if I was working on the promotional. I did the promotional process for the department for like 7 years, so I'd be doing, you know, interview questions and all that sort of stuff, and I had to be able to lock the computer and get out of there in case I had to run where nobody could go in, and we compromised the integrity of the program. But that open door, guys felt comfortable to walking in and talking, you know, and I enjoyed that. Guys, meaning firefighters, as long as we talk about motorcycles or hunting or fishing or whatever. What's wrong with me having an open door policy as a tag chief and a firefighter walks in and starts complaining about something that's happening around the firehouse or on the fireground?
You gotta give a voice and an ear, and his officer's not there, you're not hearing both sides of it, it's not fair to the officer.
We can't allow that to happen. So what I would typically do, once the conversation went in that direction, I'd say, oh, stop, you need to be talking to your captain about that. And then he can come talk to me, or she can come talk to me, okay? We want to talk about hunting and fishing, so yeah, man, sit down, let's get a cup of coffee. But it's about, if you want to talk about tactics and you know, you want me to teach about something, we can do that. But we can't talk about administrative issues without your officer here. And you need to talk to your officer first about that. The worst violators of chain of command, in my experience, were the bosses above me. They were horrible. Because they would meet guys in the street or talk to them at the parking lot or whatever, and they'd get little bits and informations of the rumor mill. And then my boss would come to me questioning me about it, and I'm like, whoa, how do you know about this? Well, I talked to such and such. Well, you ain't supposed to be talking to such and such. That's a firefighter too. You're a deputy chief. You just cut me and his captain out of the process. You know, I can't, I don't know what results you're looking to get from this, but it doesn't work that way. Wasn't very successful. But you can't subvert the chain of command. There has to, and this is so difficult in our world, right? Because even in the military, officers are segregated from enlisted people. Officers got their own mess, they got their own club. Okay, I could discipline somebody in my firehouse, and an hour later, I'm standing there at the the sink in general population shaving, you know, with them beside me. Or I'm in the weight room working out and they're in there working out. You know, and I have to say, hey, can you spot me? Or we're sitting at the table and I say, hey, I just chewed your ass out an hour ago, but could you pass me the butter now? You know, where else in corporate America do you find that? I mean, some of the new firehouses do have segregated facilities. You'll have the officer's bedroom, the engineer, or whatever. Most of the firehouses got a little condo for everybody now. I mean, I miss the days where we had a big bunk room, and you know, there's a lot of camaraderie that went on with that. But if it's a gang shower, we might come back from an incident. We're all in there getting clean and dressed and everything else. It's very difficult to maintain that separation that's necessary, but it is vitally necessary. And let me tell you this too. The minute that you get promoted, either a company officer or battalion chief, you're different. It's different. When I got promoted to battalion chief, I really wasn't trying hard. I was supremely happy. I was a captain of Ladder Ford in Center City. I had an awesome crew. We went to tons of fires and pin jobs together, uptown. I mean, it was wonderful. And I was very, very happy. But, you know, the chief's test came, I took the test because that's what you're supposed to do, right? Lo and behold, I got promoted. They called me one afternoon and said, come to the chief's office, Class A uniform, and they told me what it was about. I knew I was getting ready to be promoted. My guys were all happy and everything. When I came back, I was still in my captain's uniform. When I came back to the firehouse, it was different. They were all different. They all treated me different. Not badly, it was just different. I became a different person, okay? That's going to happen that way. I became one of them instead of one of these. Does that make sense? It's just natural human nature, okay? And you can overcome it, but don't dismiss it that it won't happen, because it will. And we get close to the firehouse. We have, you know, your officer and your driver is your fishing buddy and all that good stuff. And that's a good thing. If you do that, though, you have to make sure that you don't talk about fire department stuff when you're with your buddy, because then it gets all confused, right? And it's hard to get out of that. It really is. And one of my best buddies worked in the same battalion, 2 ranks below me. And we had this conversation when we first started doing stuff, and he actually said, you know, I would never put you in that situation. And I said, well, thank you, because if you did, we couldn't be buddies anymore. You know, and you just have to give a lot of attention to that as you go through your role as an officer or as a chief officer. It's different. You can't still be buddies. How about horseplay? Okay, with firefighters, I know we're not supposed to do horseplay anymore, right? With firefighters, it's one thing. You get promoted to officer, gotta be careful, right? You might still engage in a little bit of horseplay, but you have to be careful. As a chief officer, off limits. Can't do that anymore. Okay? As an officer, the worst thing you can do is pull rank on somebody. Say they get you, they prank you, right? And to get even, you say, okay, well, we'll go out here and do a hose change. I'll show y'all. Don't ever do that. If you're going to participate in the horseplay, do it on their level. Don't be unfair. They can't overcome those. So, you know, if they're throwing cold water on you in the shower, if you want to get even, and that's what you want to do, throw cold water back on them. Don't make them do something that you can only make them do because you are the captain or the lieutenant or the chief. Does that make sense? Because that immediately disassociates them from you. They're like, I don't even want to mess with him anymore because he's going to pull rank and make us, you know, scrub the undercarriage of the apparatus with kerosene rags or something. And I've known associates, colleagues of mine that have done that, and I saw the bad effect that it had on the crews, you know. So if you're gonna mess up that level, then stay at that level. Don't become the officer and use that as some sort of leverage to get even with them. Okay? Because, you know, they say one of the worst things that could happen to you in the firehouse is if nobody messed with you. That means that they don't like you. You know, as long as they're aggravating the crap out of you, you know, you're in pretty good shape. All right. So we want to be accessible, but we want to maintain that chain of command. Right? That's vitally important, and that's another thing that subverts us a lot as officers. All right. What else? What's another one?
Attitude.
All right. Describe attitude. How is that important?
You have to be firm, you have to be understanding.
Okay.
And it kind of takes a little bit of each of them, so I mean, you have to know which way and when to push your foot down.
All right. Attitude really encompasses a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
The first thing I think of, I want my leader to have a passion for the job. I want them to have a deep and abiding passion for just the essence of being a firefighter. Okay? How many people, firemen, leaders, whatever, have you known that were resentful? They were mad. They had been wrong. They got skipped over for promotion or whatever. So they were just acidic. They were just resentful. And they retired resentful. You ever known anybody like that? What a waste. What an absolute waste. I had 32 years on the job. 32 years. There was never one day that I dreaded going to work. Not ever. Maybe the last day because I knew it was my last shift and I was kind of avoiding having to experience that. But I look forward to going to work every day that I was scheduled to work. Didn't mean I didn't have bad days. I had bad days. I had some catastrophically bad days at work. Didn't mean that there weren't days that I would have liked to have been off to go ride or go hunting or go to a family event. But you know what? We're firemen, right? Firemen are there all the time. Okay, so, but when I left, man, I was just as happy as the day that I started at the academy. How have you known leaders that were not like that? That they were mad and that acid, that vitriol just bled into everything that they did and talked about, and then they retired sourly. You lose your troops when you do that. So even if you do have a bad attitude, you want to make sure you don't let them see that. Okay? Emotion is another thing that we can mix in with attitude. There's going to be bad things happen. Okay? You're a human being, just like everybody else, and you're prone to the failings of that species, just like everybody else. But as a leader, you got to control your emotions. Because all them eyes are going to be looking at you. We're going to see what you do. Right? So if it is an extremely emotional incident or event or something, you need to keep that under control. If you need to have a come apart, do it later when you're home or go out in the woods or something. Don't ever do it in front of them. Because it just kind of spreads like a virus, right? Now, some are going to come back and say, well, we want our boss to be human. You know, we want to know that they're human. It's like when the president sheds a tear about something. You know, a lot of people get the feels all about it, and that means something to them. It means their president's human, or, you know, he's one of the guys. I get that. But that kind of showing of emotion, sadness, anger, you want to be in complete control when you show those attitudes so that your people see them. Because you gotta want to know what effect it's going to have on their morale, right? So attitude is very important. We want someone with a positive attitude that has a passion for the job and can control their emotions. All of them, anger, sadness, everything. All right, what's another one? what did I just write? Know the limitations of yourself as a leader and of your, yeah, boy. How many of y'all have ever worked in a company or on a department you thought you were invincible? We could probably do anything. I mean, that's kind of a good attitude, right? Okay? That is a classic pitfall of a leader, is when they become immune to the limitations that their people have. Give you a good example. July the 3rd, 1863, a place called Gettysburg. Robert E. Lee lined up 7,000 Confederate soldiers and ordered the charge at 1 o'clock in the afternoon across an open field. Well, there was a road and a fence, but other than that, the field was pretty much open, into a fixed Union position with cannon and musketry. Okay? Now, back then, the cannons, they fired cannonballs, but they also fired what's called grape shot and canister. Canister was basically like a big soup can with ball bearings layered between the lids. And grape shot was similar. It was a bag of ball bearings that, like a giant riot shotgun. Okay? So you can imagine what happens when you unleash one of those at formed people that are coming at you. The devastation was unbelievable. The wounds were unbelievable, horrible. And his generals told him, this ain't a good idea. We're outnumbered. And they're in a fixed defensive position. And General Lee said, when have we not ever been outnumbered? We've been outnumbered ever since the war started. We've been outnumbered. We have been under-equipped. We've had inferior arms and munitions. Hell, most of the time they've been fighting barefooted and hungry. But we have prevailed up until this day. And he made the classic mistake of believing his people could do anything. And you guys know what happened. You know the rest of the story. The amazing thing about that is the ones that actually made it back to the Confederate lines, all shot to hell, asked General Lee to form them up and let them hit it again, because they really felt like they let him down. Now, there was a leader who was much beloved, but he made a horrible mistake when he thought his people could do anything. And they couldn't. You have to know the limitations of your people. If your people are cold, then you should be cold. If they are hungry, you should be hungry. You should never be the first one in line. You should always put them ahead of you. If you're marching someplace, you need to be in the front. Okay? But you got to know their limitations. And you won't know their limitations unless you experience what they're experiencing. Does that make sense? Now, how do you overcome limitations? What's that word? Train. You train, and you train, and you drill, and you drill. Okay? There's an old saying that amateurs train until they get it right, pros train until they can't get it wrong. They just do it so much. Before I retired, but even and since, obviously, I got into competitive shooting. And I was in a certain class, and it was done by I guess he's a Green Beret, former Green Beret, and we were doing the drills and stuff. And he complimented me. He said, you know, you are just really about as accurate as I am or as anybody else that I work with. He said, the big difference is I can be that accurate when I've only had 2 hours of sleep in a week and I'm hungry and cold and wet. That's the difference. I can be that fast and that accurate under those extreme scenarios because that's how they train. Okay, and that really spoke to me. I'm like, wow, okay, I didn't think about it like that. So by repetitive training, and bringing your people up to the level of performance that you think they need to be at, you have the ability of knowing what their limitations are, and you won't push them too far beyond that. You get a new ladder truck, what's one of the first things you do with it? Go out, put the ladder up, right? See if you can short jack it, you know, below horizontal, what the tip load is, all that stuff. Understand what the limitations of that piece of equipment are before you go in service with it. Do the same thing with you guys. They're tools. Understand what their limitations are before you apply them. That's one of the attributes of a great leader. All right? What's another one? Well, somebody tell me who a leader that they admire is. And why? Could be a president, anybody.
Well, I'm an old captain.
Okay, what was something about this man that impacted you that you admire?
When I first got on his truck, he said that he wanted me as a firefighter to always be trained as one level up, so like an engineer. So every time like we go pumping, it was me. It wasn't the engineer going pumping, it was me. And then when I started letting firefighters ride the main truck and stuff, and I told him, I was like, eventually I want to be a captain and stuff. So he was like, you ride the main truck, you do all the reports, to learn. Like he pushed us to get there. So.
Well, you just described another attribute, because that captain was this.
Yeah.
He mentored and trained and helped develop you. Okay, that's a good attribute of a leader, is training and mentoring your people and bringing them along. I used to like everybody in the company knowing how to do everything. That don't mean just operating the company. That means doing the payroll. I wanted them to know how to do the payroll. Payroll's kind of important. That's sort of why we're here, among other things. And there were plenty of times where I get a phone call and say, hey, C-shift worked and the payroll was due, but they didn't fill it out because the captain wasn't there. Well, damn. I mean, how hard is it? Everybody ought to know how to do that. Everybody ought to be able to drive the apparatus that wants to drive and that has that certification. And it's up to the company officer to mentor and train those people to do it and get them up to the level they need to be. Okay? Also in mentoring, administratively, you sit down with your people once a year or maybe quarterly, I don't know, whatever your procedure is, and you say, all right, where do you want to be at rating time? Do you want to be exceeds expectations? Do you want to be expected? Do you want to be whatever the top one is, sensational, whatever it is? And let them tell you, well, I'm happy with expected. Well, there ain't nothing wrong with expected. Expected means this person showed up and they did what they were supposed to do. That's honorable. And if that's what you want, then here's how we can map out that plan so that you can achieve that. You want to get above expected? Well, you need to add some things. You need to belong to a committee or two. You need to do a community service project, or all the things that we do. Okay? And you map out that plan so that that member can achieve that goal, and you help them do it. And then at the end of the rating period, hell, it's easy at that point. You just say, yeah, well, Wilson did this, and he did this, and he did that, and so he's above expected. And in a lot of situations, money is tied to that. In my department, it wasn't when I retired, I don't know if it is now, but you get a percentage increase, whatever, based on your rating. All right, that's a mentor taking care of his or her people. All right, somebody else, a leader that you admire that did something, and let's figure out why you admire them.
He's from historical with Captain Shackleton from the Endurance.
Okay, bring me up to speed.
They lost their ship trying to reach the South Pole.
Okay.
I believe it was the South Pole. He had his men a certain amount of weight that they could carry in the life raft, but he allowed other certain things to come because he knew they would need a diversion from what they were going to. Banjos, diaries, things like that. When he finally landed on an ice pack, he loaded one boat to paddle 400 miles through the ocean. He selected people that he knew not only would help him, but would not interfere with the people that he left behind. He made it. They were all rescued 4 months later, all alive.
Wow.
And again, he led the expedition to get to safety. He understood what his people were going to go through, and he did the same thing.
Wow. He checked all kind of boxes up there, didn't he?
Almost every single one of them.
He knew his limitations. He knew what the limitations of his people. He was in touch with what they needed as far as motivation. You know, why don't we take along the extra weight of a banjo? Well, you know, that might help to assuage some of the fear or whatever. Yeah, he checked all those boxes. Exactly. That's the type of stuff we're talking about. Somebody else.
I like the army guy that they had been over in Afghanistan, and he got shot up, and his whole group of Humvees got shot up, and the driver of it was like, well, I'm shot, I'm bleeding. He's like, we're all shot, we're all bleeding, drive. I can't remember the guy's name, but it was a good story about him.
And you can find examples like that all throughout military history. I'm a big military historian buff, and one of my favorites, believe it or not, is Winston Churchill. I don't know if you ever studied anything about that. Churchill made some horrible errors in his time before he became prime minister. But, you know, in 1940, the English were pretty much convinced that Hitler was going to invade the British Isles. And Hitler had intended to do that. Now, his dumb ass went and attacked the Russians, which he shouldn't have done, because he was a lunatic. But, and that changed everything. But the people in England were preparing themselves to defend their isle, right? And at that time, the British, they did not have the firearms culture that the Americans did. So they really didn't have anything to do that with. So you have situations and examples of Americans actually sending their family or friends or whoever in the old country their hunting rifles. And that's why in England, even to this day, you'll find like, you know, an 1886 Winchester lever action gun that's been in somebody's closet, you know, that was sent over there to help them defend their island. And Churchill was just a badass. I mean, he wasn't anything to look at. He wasn't intimidating physically, other than the fact he had that big stogie in his mouth all the time. But he made these stirring speeches, and he broadcast them out over the radio, and it was to the British people. And he said things like, you know, we will fight them on the beaches, we will fight them in the countryside, we will fight them in the cities, and we will fight them in the mountains, and we will not stop fighting until we're choking to death on our own blood. I mean, he said that, and people listened to that, and they were, wow, they were inspired, you know. And when after I retired, my wife and I did a kind of a bucket list thing. We went to Paris and London, and we went to Prime Minister Churchill's war room. It was a bunker, like under Downing Street, and they preserved everything. They actually took acetate and they covered up the map that was there on the last day of World War II. Had all the pins stuck in it and all the different armies and everything, and they just covered it up just like it was, preserved it. But there were racks of rifles in the bunker, and Churchill told everybody in that bunker, and they had some, you know, generals, and then there were support staff, and then there were secretaries and communications people and all that. But he told them, if Hitler invades, we're getting these rifles, we're going out to the street, and we're going to fight, and I'll be in front. He just was totally, he was funny as hell too. He said funny stuff. He had a sense of humor. Is that something that we might want to put down? An attribute of a leader, a sense of humor? Do you think that's important? I've had the responsibility, the obligation a couple times in my career to do a eulogy. And I found that when you're doing a eulogy, people that are there that are grieving, obviously, you want to say things that's going to make them reflect on the person that has passed, but you also want to make them laugh too. And I would inject a couple of little funny things, and people would just laugh, and they thought that was great. And then the next minute they'd be crying. But I had people come up to me and say, that's what you want when you go to a funeral. You want to experience those emotions and let them out, and then you can go on about, your life, and you honor the person that is lost. So, yeah, I think a sense of humor is certainly important attribute of a leader. Okay? What else? Well, there's one more that I want to tell you about, and then I'll tell you what I've grouped all these into the three that are most important. Here goes Civil War again. July 2nd, at a place called Little Round Top, there was a colonel from Maine, Joshua Chamberlain. Anybody ever heard of him? Okay. And he was in charge of the 20th Maine. And they were stationed at top of Little Round Top, and their orders were to keep the Confederates from taking that height and getting a tactical advantage over the Union Army. So, in preparation for all this, Chamberlain was presented with a group of soldiers that were originally from Maine, and they were under guard because they had said that they quit. We're deserting. We're going back to Maine. And when he was presented with these soldiers, the general told him, Colonel, they're your charge now. You can shoot them because they're deserters technically. You can follow the book and you can execute them. But we're done messing with them, and they're incorrigible. So Chamberlain, instead of setting a firing squad, he went and he spoke to them. And it comes to find out that the reason that they're upset and they don't want to continue is because they're not fighting with people from their own state. That was a big deal back then. You were with people from your own state, so you had neighbors and friends and brothers and all that sort of stuff. And some of them said, we've been mistreated, we haven't been fed, and first thing Chamberlain said was, get these men some food and water. And then he told them, he said, okay, here's how it's going to be. We're getting ready to go take a position that's going to be critical in this battle. Okay? You're going to go with us. If you want to take up arms and be a part of the 20th Maine, you're more than welcome. But if you don't, you'll go with us, you'll just be under guard. And then we will deal with the fallout after the battle's over with. He said, but you can be with the 20th Maine and you can serve your state and thereby serve your country. And he said, and I'm not going to have you shot. I know I can, and it won't be a problem, but I'm not going to do that. Well, what do you think those guys wound up doing? There was a few, begrudgingly, but most of them said, yeah, we're in. And then on that day, July 2nd, when the Tennesseans and the Alabamians were coming up Little Round Top, 20th Maine had run out of ammo. So Chamberlain ordered fixed bayonets and did a bayonet charge, and they swept the invaders off the hill in one day. Can you imagine that? And he led the bayonet charge. So all the boxes, Colonel Chamberlain checked. He won the Medal of Honor for that, as a matter of fact. And he went back to, what he was before the war? He was a professor of philosophy at Bowdoin College in Maine, a professor of philosophy philosophy. I think, when I think of that, I think of some dude in like a sweater vest with, you know, a little cup of cappuccino or something and some big, thick glasses. So, of all these, in my experience, I boiled them down to three. Three that I felt were vitally important, and not to dismiss all the rest of them, but these three I felt were vitally important for my success as a company officer or as a chief officer. Number one, competency. Why is that important? Well, whose competency am I talking about? Talking about mine. Right. Competency as what? As a firefighter. As a firefighter. Meaning, I can do the entanglement box, I can climb ladders, I can swing the axes, I knew how to do extrication, I could make all my knots, I could lash the Stokes basket, I could rig a hauling system, all of the things that encompass being a firefighter. And some people say, well, why would you do that? Hell, you're the captain. You don't need to be able to do all that. You get work done through other people. No, I get work done through other people by leading them through it. I need to be the best firefighter on the company. Might not be the youngest or the most physically fit, but I need to be the best firefighter on the company. Okay? I need to know how to do everything that a firefighter knows how to do. I need to do the annual SCBA recertification. I need to do the emergency vehicle operations course and get that certification. I need to be able to operate the aerial apparatus. If I'm assigned to a ladder truck, I need to be able to do everything the engineer can do. I asked I was teaching truck company operations one time. I had a ladder company in class, and I asked the officer how many feet of ground ladders he carried on his ladder. Well, he scoffed at that question. He said, I don't know. I don't measure how many feet. And I said, okay, well, it was really kind of a stupid question. Tell me what ground ladders you have on your apparatus. That's easy, right? He said, well, I don't worry about that. That's my engineer. Takes care of that part. Okay, so what did that tell me about his level of competency? He didn't even know what ground ladders he had. Okay, should an engine officer know exactly how many feet of hose and what diameter that they're carrying? Of course. I would expect the officer to know that. I would expect him to know what's in every compartment. I expect the officer to be competent. Okay? So, from competency, if your leader is competent, if they were in fact or are a firefighter, what does that now give us in respect to that leader? It's another C word. Why does it give us confidence? How does competency inspire confidence?
We trust that officer or firefighter trust you.
Because
you're confident.
Because they know what they're doing. Yeah, they know what they're doing. Right. Does that mean that you have to like the officer? No. Don't necessarily have to like him, but I know he knows what he's doing. He is competent. He knows. When officers in your experience had problems with indecision, couldn't make a decision about something, was it ever for a lack of maybe confidence? They didn't have confidence in their own decision-making abilities or their own abilities? Yeah, absolutely. I used to do in-service training every year. set up, and, you know, we'd set the fire in the burn building, and, we would group the companies that came down for in service as a box alarm and say, okay, you respond and do what you would normally do. And inevitably, every daggone time, I would have a captain come up to me and say, hey, Chief, I got a man that's, he's trying to get his firefighter too. I mean, he's trying to get his captains. I'm gonna let him ride the seat and, get some experience. Now, that kind of sounds good, right? But what was he actually saying to me?
He didn't really know what he was doing himself.
That's exactly what he was saying. He wasn't really confident of what he was about to do, and this was an easy way for him to kind of sit back and just critique and not be a part of it. And I wouldn't ever roll out. I'd say, nope, you're the captain. Not only do you lead this company, but guess what? You're going to be the instant commander too. And in training is where we can make mistakes. It doesn't cost us anything in training. Okay? So if you have a lack of confidence, we're getting ready to build it back. You know, so I guess I'm an asshole for that. But that's the captain's job. Not because the captain is smarter or better or anything. It's because that's the position on the team. Is to call the play. Is to do that. And with competency comes confidence. Confidence in your own abilities and decision making and your own skills. And then confidence from your crew. They might not like you, but they'll say, you know what? Wilson is an asshole, but he's least likely to get us killed. He knows what he's doing. So we're going to do what he says. All right? And then the final one. What is that? Why would that be an attribute of a leader? I'll put another one up there to kind of give you a better perspective. Why is humility and selflessness important?
You've got to put your people before you.
Exactly. Exactly. So if I'm working for a guy that is superbly competent, I mean, he's a journeyman firefighter, he's not an apprentice. He knows what he's doing. He knows all the ins and outs. You know, he knows how to operate a K-tool. He knows the difference between a cellar nozzle and a president distributor, and at what PSI they operate and how many GPMs, okay? And he is confident in his decision-making process. He don't always make the right decision, but he makes the decision and he stands by it. But if it is wrong, he'll come back and say, yeah, we should do something differently, okay? And then on top of all that, he is selfless, means he puts the crew before himself. That's a guy I'm probably going to follow anywhere. Because I know he cares more about the crew than he does about himself. He puts us first. On a ladder company, got a phone call. Cat in a tree. Believe that? Cat in a tree. Lady, I think her name was Karen. Cat's been up there. I've called animal control. They won't do anything. They're not coming out. I need somebody to come get this cat out of my cat out of the tree. Ma'am, we don't do that. The officer said, the cat will come down. How do you know the cat will come down? Well, have you ever seen a cat skeleton in the tree? The cat will come down when he gets hungry enough. But it's up there whining, and we don't do that, man. We don't play checkers. That's all a myth. Okay, so the next phone call from the lady goes to her city council person, who calls the city manager, who calls the fire chief, who calls the captain back to the ladder and says, go get the damn cat out of the tree. Okay, so here we go. We get there. Cat's up in the tree, and it's in proximity to a power transmission line. It's not that incredibly close, but it's still an issue. The captain says, get the 24-foot extension ladder off, so we do. And then he says, okay, just stand over there and, stand by. Well, what do you mean stand by? You gonna put the ladder up? He said, I'll put the ladder up. It was a 24-footer, 2 sections, it's not that big of a deal for one person. So the captain puts the ladder up, extends it, ties the halyard, gets it set, takes a pipe pole and crawls up there and, gets the cat out of the tree. Brings it down. So, okay, the lady's happy, Karen's happy now. Cat immediately runs off. And the guys were like, well, Cat, why did you, we can put a ladder up and get a cat with, you know, why? Because there's power lines up there. So for me to order you to do such a silly ass thing, I would have been ordering you to go into harm's way for a damn cat that's gonna come down. He said, so instead, I did it. That way, I'm not putting you at risk unnecessarily, okay? Because you're gonna have to make decisions that risk your people's life. That's just what we do. You never gamble with life. There's the difference. Does that make sense? You may have to make a decision to risk them, but you don't gamble with them. So I just kind of put those three as my template for the attributes that I would want to embrace as a leader. That'd be a company officer or a battalion chief. And I found that if you do those things, your people will pretty much follow you and not question. And of course you want to add all that other stuff that we wrote up there, listening and everything else, that's important. But if they know you are competent in what you do, in the journeyman aspects of being a firefighter, if they know that you are confident to make decisions and that they know that you care about them more than yourself, hell, they'll follow you anywhere. Make sense? Y'all want to eat lunch? Let's eat lunch.
Yeah, that's not what we
David and Jared, we moved to start around. Jared's ready to eat. I knew it was.
That's his OCD now.
These are all the same. Yeah, those two are cheese. I guess yesterday was.
some food there, Brady. Looking malnourished.
You there, right there? That's Domino Junior. That's what I named him.
What, you got 2 days out of the academy? How many guys got?
Went up for his pants size.
Jesus Christ.
That's what I tell myself.
Working out.
Did you ever get to work with the King brothers?
Yep, Steve and Scott,
Scott's on Terry Brothers.
and my father, was good friends with Jarvis, their father. So we're in training and stuff.
We finally got Steve to get an application to come to Fairview with his
Really?
brother. I heard they're.
They probably do it, they're hellacious firemen, there's no doubt about that.
Found out Scott put in for chief spot in Calabash.
He's selling fire trucks, right?
No, Steve's selling
Steve's
fire truck,
selling.
81.
Oh.
Scott, he's got him a house out in North Calabash. He volunteers out there, but I think he actually put in for, I think it was
That's really
put in for a chief spot in Ocean Island.
Week long.
He said, I'm just going just 'cause I don't want to do it. He said, I don't really want it. I said, you're probably the one that gets it, and you don't want it.
I couldn't imagine being chief of the department and being all political, because that's all political. I was talking to Larry, and I mean, more power to you, I just dealing with town councils and mayors and stuff like that, it just seems like it would be a buzzkill.
That's what Kimberly was, I was talking with him, I don't want to do job. And he said, why not? I said, because I don't want to deal with politics. I said, I really just, run the calls. And
Yeah.
Get out in the fields. So,
Yeah, be with the guys, yeah, absolutely.
that's all I care about.
You still do shooting with Corey?
Yeah,
Do
yeah, that's, our primary, concealed carry and, defensive pistol training, his company Disciple Defense. And we're actually training this week, Wednesday and Thursday. Yeah,
I like old Corey.
he's good.
For the chief, Stanfield. I like him.
Yeah, he's good, for sure.
I thought you held him or shot him.
Yes, we, shoot together, train together, and I learned a good bit from him. We got all the food groups covered today. Pizza and Bojangles.
What kind did you get there?
Get over the,
You like hot stuff?
Yeah, I mean, unless it's just like not even fun to eat.
Captain Jackson's got some powdered hell at the fire station. That's what I call it. It's just little sprinkles set you ablaze.
What's the old saying?
Frogs and Harley over here. Don't bring a frog in here, now, leave it out there. I think you do something like, sit out there and have a good conversation. Good discussion. Swear.
See, she just got in the truck, put another while walking on there.
I'm watching, bro. That can? What? I watch my bigger bro, is that can?
I washed women and
You
all.
slept in your old bed last night? I did. I was wondering why, I get to go again tonight.
I said it won't hurt it. It ain't gonna hurt it.
Not tomorrow.
Hurt the web and wash it.
No, you're,
Not tomorrow,
not
not
tough.
but the night after and the night after, I'm really pleased I do. Let's see. I'm Wednesday, Thursday,
Where we stacking the empties at, Glenn?
Do what, sir?
Where we stacking the empties
Just put them on the other side of the trash can, I'll take care of them later. Let's do those here.
Only that Supreme will be good with your diet.
Yeah, it's got vegetables on
You go over to the hot mess and you should come.
at? Learn, diet and don't
it.
work.
Ain't nothing,
It's just portion control. And move more than you did before.
That's facts. Objects in motion tend to stay in motion.
That's it.
Yeah. My problem was when I get in motion, it was hard to get that motion to stop. And,
Jack breaks the broke.
too much rolling forward.
This is what you do now, chief, is go around and give lectures.
I had offers and opportunities when I retired. I was telling the guys earlier, I'm just not interested in being the chief of a department. I don't have to deal with council people and,
Right,
because it wouldn't work.
right.
I just am not a good politician. And, I retired when I was 55, and, there was some things I was experiencing health-wise the last couple of years I worked, and I couldn't figure them out, you know? And, I looked at, my father retired when he was 52. He lived to be 81, but by the time he was around 72, 73, he just didn't feel like fishing or hunting or climbing trees or riding four-wheelers or shooting guns or none of that stuff anymore. And I looked at that and I'm like, okay, well that means I'm 55, so I maybe have, good Lord willing, I might have another 15, 20 years.
Right.
And I had injuries on the job that took their toll, but I couldn't figure out what the medical problem was. And I retired in November of 2016, and about 4 months later, one night, I went to bed at 10:30, and I woke up the next morning at 6, and I did not wake up all night long. I didn't even get up to pee.
Wow.
That never happened. Never. And it started happening more frequently, maybe once every other week, and then maybe once a week, and a couple times a week. And my health problem went away. And what it was sleep deprivation. And we don't, as firefighters, we don't really give that the level of concern that we should. I mean, hell, they use sleep deprivation to torture people, you know? And I thought, okay, well, I'm just gonna enjoy life. And my wife retired, and we don't have kids, but we're active in our church, and we've done a bunch of trips that we wanted to do. And she wanted to go to London because a lot of her people came from London back in the early part of the 20th century, and I didn't really want to go out the country. But I said, well, if we're in London, we're about 80 miles from Normandy, so get me to Normandy where I can pay my respects, and we'll go. And we did, and it was a marvelous trip. We've done motorcycle trips out west, and went to New Orleans, and Nashville for Christmases, and stuff like that. And, so when somebody asks me to come speak, I typically do. I had a bunch of stuff scheduled the year the virus hit, and that all got derailed because of that. And after that, it was just, and I'm a competitive shooter. I like to train and compete and have fun doing that because I'm not good at it and I have to work hard. It doesn't come natural.
Where do you shoot?
Pistol matches, 2-gun, bullseye, which is pretty cool. And
Did you ever get it with Chris Roofer? Do the other thing?
Chris and I shot together. I've never been to Camp Perry with him, but you can see I'm a Chris Roofer acolyte.
Yeah.
Chris was a firefighter. Him and Aaron and Blue Gersdorf, they were firefighters at Spring Lake near Fayetteville, 91 or 92, and I was teaching a ladder company operations class there, and I don't know, they just decided they wanted to come to Charlotte, and I'm glad they did, because they're all good guys.
I think Chris was there.
Yeah, he told me he was. He got that new tower ladder in service, and
He did a lot of work on that.
yeah, and he did good. It's a cool piece. Cool piece.
You ever think you'd see that in Charlotte?
Yeah.
Did you?
Yeah, after the one administration left, I knew that it would probably change. And I love rear mount straight ladders. You know, heavy rear mount. But I think that again, you know, apparatus needs to be kind of mission specific, and there's places where the tower ladder works really good. I put tractor drones uptown for sure.
Yeah, oh yeah.
You know, ladder 18, when I was assigned to ladder 18, it was a snorkel, which is probably the least regarded of all aerial apparatus, but you know what? It was very effective if you knew how to use it and what to apply it to.
Yeah.
So,
That one day.
but yeah, I figured things would probably change a little bit.
I hear there's talks of putting some type of tractor drone uptown.
Yeah, Sammy Jones, the chief operations, I met with him a week or two ago, and he was telling me that he was going to a committee meeting. They were looking at putting a tractor drone at 1 and a tractor drone at 2. And I said, why not 4? Because that's where I would put it. And he said, won't fit. The bay is not high enough. I said, it'll fit if you get up enough speed. He said, no, that's already been done a couple times. And that's a shame though, because ladder 4 would be perfect for a tractor drone.
It would. Was it not tall enough or not long enough?
Tall.
Tall.
Can't get in the rear bay or front bay door.
That's crazy.
But again, equipment, tractor drones are great, but you gotta staff them, okay? So you can't have, you know, 4 assigned and ride with 3, because that's useless.
Yeah.
You need to have 6 assigned, ride with a minimum of 5.
Yeah.
That could be powerful, for sure.
Well, they've come So far, the one I was assigned 2 years ago was a 1985 American LaFrance, and it had 250-pound tip load on it. It was, you know.
250-pound tip, hell, that's me.
Yeah, that was it. That's what I'm saying. That was it. So,
Yeah.
you know, we'd have to put the plate pipe on the end and have
Yeah.
ropes on it. So
Stretch line it.
yeah. Yeah, it was definitely. It was a workhorse for years, but.
Where was that at?
In Virginia, City of Midland.
Oh, okay.
And they got rid of that and went to a Pierce All-Steer. It was one of the first ones that Pierce ever came out with. Mistake. Just had so many ghosts in it, crazy. You go down the road and it just automatically jump in crab mode. You take out 5 or 6 cars before you realize what happened.
Oh, Lord.
Holy shit. Chief, we tried to talk, Larry into getting DY catered today, but
Bad enough to doing this pizza that I eat PY's lunch, I'll be asleep in 20 minutes.
well, it's just sticky buns.
Mm-hmm.
Does the water counteract the effects of that monster?
Moist it a little bit. You don't know unless you know. And what you know about, Big One?
What about?
What you know about?
What about?
They're all rescue.
The old one? If it was a rescue, it's probably very well taken care of. But I don't know what's about their old rescue at all, to be honest with
You wouldn't want to buy it somewhere
you. You
I
look
don't
at it.
know.
That's
That's
her.
Heard they just traded Odell. Where? With a little bear. House or lots?
What's the next big purchase here? Apparatus wise.
It's on order.
It's already on order. Is it something?
Okay, for anything, yeah? Good for it.
Okay. Yeah. 3 minutes? 2.5?
Hmm?
I like it. I know. 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 300, 300, 300.
No. Yes.
I'll go with 2 inches.
600. 600 of a bolt there.
Ah, okay. I'll go with 2 inch.
2 people can still put it in service, 2 people can still move it. select tip, get 206 by the other night.
Okay, so what is it recorded on? True ID?
Closed up.
2.5 couplings on it, or is it 3/4 couplings on 2.5?
2.5.
2.5 couplings?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, instant 3/4, we learned a valuable lesson. We went to True ID, and they didn't do actual true testing on it. So, our actual, to get your correct flow out of the nozzle, out of the tip, what we're running right now, you didn't run 150.
Mm-hmm.
Even with a 7/8 tip, you still have to run 120 PSI.
Right.
We just floated
That's true ID.
and repeated it, yes.
Right.
So, it might be either combat sniper or combat.
But I was saying, if you didn't have the true ID instant recorder, most of that stuff expands almost to 2 inches anyway. 1.88, 1.9,
But,
you're close.
your 2 inch, what's it gonna expand to?
Yeah. It's gonna expand a little bit.
Roughly 2 1/4?
Yeah.
So, that,
Why
I'm
not?
saying, 2 to 3 people put it in service
Yeah,
and
you
get it
can
where
have,
it's
you
going.
can have a ton of water on it.
Even that 2 1/4 true ID,
Yeah.
it was tough. Here's the thing, the true ID is in the report. If you do not pump that at your correct pump pressure, it will beat shit out of you, like smack you in the back.
Yeah, all right. I'm not totally sold on the true ID stuff, me personally.
But I didn't ride a rescue, so what happened?
750? Y'all pretty much average out here anyway, for the most part.
About 85%.
What's the lead time on those? How many days you got? 250, 300?
It was 18 months. So on the initial contract.
We give them a respect the ladder installs. They're saying it's 300 days, but I believe when I see
Who are we gonna stop?
the Bill Smith. The Smart Reach.
Y'all wanna go to it?
Not yet. He used to, but we're not there yet. We don't have the staff. You need somebody that, like he said earlier, you need somebody that's gonna staff that truck consistently with the same crews each shift, day in, day out.
So what's special about the Smart Reach?
Don't have to worry about ground pads. Don't have to worry about pins. It's a lot of technology on it. The ground pads are pretty much on the outriggers. It comes out, it's got interlocks on it, so you don't have to worry about setting pins or anything like that. You can pretty much, it's got, laser beams, eyes, whatever you wanna call it, that shoot down. You get a switch that shoots down and it shows you exactly where your jacks are gonna be. So if you need a short jacket or you need to move over or something, you can look out each mirror and see exactly where it's gonna go. Some of the newer technology on it, it's just a lot of good new technology. That's just like the bare minimum stuff that I just mentioned, but it's not an automated ladder, but it's pretty daggone close. As far as how you set it up, how quick it is, it's a lot quicker to set up, because you don't have to worry about the jacks and everything. Well, the ground pads, it comes with extra pads that you shove off in the compartment, but they'll tell you that you'll never need them unless you're on super soft ground. But pads are pretty much already attached, so that's a step that you don't have to worry about. 107 foot versus 105, same platform.
What gets me is that we've come this far in apparatus technology. But if you compare what we have today with what we had, say, 5 years ago, a lot of stuff hasn't changed that much. But if you look at the crane industry, you know, these guys can bring out a 150-ton crane, set this thing up, no pins whatsoever, might put some damn 4x4 or 6x6 down because soft soil and stuff like that, and they can, you know, pick up the work.
Yeah, oh yeah.
But yet our aerial apparatus still, for the most part, has to have ground mats.
You know, that's literally what a Baker aerial scope is.
Yeah,
It's great.
yeah,
It is,
yeah.
but you still have to run ground pad with it.
There's a lot of stuff that doesn't make sense. Like a lot of our technology in fire service we get from the military. Thermal imagers, a lot of the heat rating that we have in our stuff comes from military. But when you look at it, like, they're way up here. And a lot of things in the fire service, we're still trying to catch up. So it's interesting. It's interesting. Like, gear is one of the things that I harp on, because I don't want the best gear out there, because guys are gonna get hurt. You know that as well as I know, because they would go too far, too deep, man, will feel nothing, and then next thing you know, by the time they're feeling it, they got good stuff.
They're in trouble.
Yeah. I had a guy back home, never wore a hood. I thought he was stupid as hell. I said, man, we go in these fires, it's hot, you're right beside me. He said, man, I don't wear a hood. I said, why? He said, because I want to feel the heat of my ears. He said, if my ears feel like they're gonna roast off, it's time to get going. He said, I can't feel that in a hood. I said, you still need it. I said, if something happens and we get messed up in here, that's just added protection, right? Think, you know, but he would do it, no matter what we do. He's a captain now in the city of Roanoke.
I used to teach Montgomery County Training Academy near Philadelphia, Conshohocken, where they make horse tools and hail pumps. And they had an awesome barn building there. It was a combination commercial on one side and dwelling on the other. And they used scuppers, and they had fireboxes in the basement. So every time they ran that burn building, they had to hire like 4 stokers, is what they called them. And they wore this like crash rescue aluminized stuff. And they'd literally be down there with pitchforks and straw. That's all they ever used was straw. It's got to be the hottest daggone burn building I've ever been in my life. And the fire would roll up out of those scuppers. But they did not allow participants to wear hoods.
Really?
It was a policy of the, I'm sure it's changed by now, but it was a policy of the academy that you don't wear a hood because you were cocooned too much and you got too deep without knowing it, and the injuries were more severe because of it.
Wow.
And that's where I originated that little quip about I'm not into testing the flash point in my skin. I'm trying to quit.
I'm at that.
Now, if that was a double stuffed Oreo cookie, I wouldn't have been able to turn that
You
down.
can pretend, you can put 2 of them together and act.
So, Bill, I called you about 7 p.m. this evening, you come back,
You get off my stuff.
And,
you're gonna burn that.
oh, you gonna do the flashover can or,
This is the, huh?
Go for it. You got the look.
but yeah, I totally agree. You cocoon people up so much, and we're not teaching the basics anymore. You know, and they depend completely on that gear, and the next thing you know, they're in trouble.
Yeah. Well, years ago when I was doing some instructing, I used to get mad, not really mad, but we would black out faces, send a brand new firefighter and go chase hoses around the building. I said, what do you teach them? I said, we teach them how to follow the hose. But I said, what should we be teaching? Oh, yeah, I understand, if I can't see anything, what's my next thing, I need to be feeling heat, because I get to a point where my legs and all that feels like they're burning off or something, I'm in a bad situation, I need to cool the environment. We weren't teaching, you know, we weren't teaching them the signs that if it's this dark in here, then something really bad is about to happen. We weren't teaching that. So, you know, I got fussed at by the leader of the academy I was teaching at that time, and I said, that's fine, I go somewhere else to teach, I don't need to be here. And I left. But
I think back on the things that I have taught, basically because it was taught to me and it sounded good, and I was so wrong. And when I would identify something like that, I'd try to undo it.
yeah.
But we had a house fire, just a stupid one-story ranch, about a 2,000 square foot house. But it had been renovated unbelievably, and they probably violated every building code in the 50 contiguous states, including South Carolina. The ladder company went to the roof, easy roof, it was a gable roof, right? So the 24 without even extending it, and then drag a 16 roof ladder up with you. They cut through it, there was another roof under it. It was a double roof. The interior configuration was like a maze, and everything was wood paneling. Even the ceiling was wood paneling. So fire was in a rear room, they entered in the front, and immediately you started hearing reports about extreme heat, but they couldn't find fire. And I'm listening to this, and I'm about to, tell them to withdraw, and one of the guys is screaming, the tick's whited out, we can't, it's too hot. And the hell, they had an 1 3/4 with them. And the 1 3/4 that we used were, they had 175 and 75 low pressure fog, which is great. It was a Elkhart thing, it was great and all. And if you pump them right, they deliver that and more. And I'm thinking, this is a dwelling. And then it occurred to me, okay, it's in the walls or it's under them. That's why they can't find it. Well, about that time, somebody took out a rear plate glass window without orders. And when it did, I think we basically had a localized background.
Wow.
And the hose crew and everybody was inside, came bailing out the front. And 6 guys went to the hospital. So I'm interviewing everybody to try to find out exactly what happened. I checked with the pump operator, his pump discharge pressure, the line layout, the nozzles, everything. What in the world, So when I'm at the hospital interviewing the nozzleman, who was the one that was most severely injured, I said, tell me what happened, and he told me. And I said, well, there's something I don't understand here. You had 175 gallons a minute in your hands. Why were you not penciling and trying to knock that heat down? And he said, Chief, you always taught us don't put water on smoke. And I felt about that big, because he was right. That was something that was taught to me, and it came from the 60s, and it was actually retro back to Lloyd Lehman and Little Drops of Water at the FDIC in 1950. Everything Chief Lehman said was legit, but that was for putting fires out in the holds of a ship. And the fire service just took that and made it, standard doctrine. And that's when you saw 2 booster reels on every fire engine with John Bean applicator nozzles that would give you 8 gallons a minute at 400 PSI, and the whole idea was we used the Royer, Iowa formula, Keith Royer and Nelson, and we need exactly this amount of water to put out this cubic feet of space in BTU. That's not how we fight dwelling fires. But I was programmed with that. You don't ever put water on smoke because you cause water damage. And it sounded good. And I parroted that. And because of that, this young man didn't open the nozzle when it got too damn hot. So I began a crusade to try to everything that I had done. And now, I mean, and since then, I tell people, if it is hot, open the nozzle fully and let it eat. Cool the atmosphere, whether you pencil with a straight stream or a solid stream. You know, there's no reason to be concerned about water. What the hell is water damage anyway? Nothing, I mean, everything dries out. Nothing unburns.
Yeah, it's already on fire.
Yeah, knock the heat down and continue to move in, because with the gear we have, hell, it could be 1,000 degrees 3 feet above your head, you know, and getting ready to roll over and cook. And we were confounded by the lack of ventilation at this fire, because the truck company couldn't get the roof open. Oh, and by the way, when they cut the main hole and found there was a second roof, what do you think they did? They crawled down in the hole and tried to cut the hole in the second roof, right? And of course, the chainsaw didn't run well with all that smoke, so what do you think they did? They went to the axe, yeah. So we were close to having them go through the roof, but, you know, firemen. But yeah, there's just things that the fire service invests in for whatever reason. For instance, when I came through, everything with interior application by the nozzleman was a 30-degree fog pattern on a 95-gallon-a-minute, 1.5-inch nozzle that you rotated counterclockwise. Anything other than that was heresy, because we were getting a steam conversion, right? Everybody went with the steam conversion, and it was terrible. You know, and when I began to teach straight streams and solid streams and, you know, up, down, all around, nozzle must be moved in a Z or T pattern and venting ahead of a fog, and that's not stuff I made up. Layman wrote that, like, I think page 2. Right. Always ventilate ahead of a fog nozzle, because you're pushing. Right. And
I got cussed out in the fire station. My first volley house. You know, I went to a class and we were using all smooth bores, and I was like, yeah, this is pretty neat. You know, I could, you know, come back to the fire, and I said, yeah, I'm gonna try to use a smooth bore on the next fire I get. And this whole mentor line cussed me out one side because a fog nozzle has 5,000 to 1 conversion, and you go in there and you open it up and let the steam convert, blah, blah, blah. He was telling me all the stuff he could tell me about fog nozzles, why it was beneficial, why I should use it, but he couldn't tell me anything about smooth. Nothing. But that was the way he was programmed.
he was programmed. And he was probably programmed with left for life. Some of y'all probably read left for life, left for life. Okay, if you're on an exterior Class B combustible liquefier and you're trying to approach a valve, yeah, you go to a wide fog pattern. Some radiant heat, not all, but some will be absorbed. Right. And you're able to get close enough to the valve to cut it off, so left for life, that gives us protection. You can't apply that to an interior firefight. It's completely different. But the fire service in America is the world's worst. They want one thing that's going to be that way. I don't got to think about it. Just one thing, and let's apply this to every. It doesn't work that way. You have to use the right tool and the right tactic for the job. And you see it in major cities. You saw it in my city when they tried to apply grade level house fire tactics to a high rise. What in the hell makes you think that you can put out 20,000 square feet of floor space 20 stories up with 1 3/4 inches? But yet that was our primary, you know.
We still do that today.
Oh yeah.
A lot of companies that will pull up to a commercial building and use residential fire tactics for a commercial building.
Sure.
And the first thing that come off the truck may be 1 3/4, but you should know in the back of your mind that that's not enough. You need to come off first time, should be a 2.5.
The worst of it is it'll be 1 3/4 pre-connect.
Yes.
And it'll come up short.
Yeah.
Because we're pre-connect bound.
Yeah.
The actual art of estimating the stretch, people don't teach that anymore. Well, maybe they do, but
not as much as we used to.
You know, when I was in department in Connecticut, when the air brakes had locked, we'd wait on the officer to call the stretch. And he'd typically say 3 links, 2.5, that got us to the 2nd floor, got us from the street to the 2nd floor, and then we'd wide off 1 inch and 3/4 from there. And then another company could come in, bring their 1 inch and 3/4, and we'd have 2 inch and 3/4 running. And you know, just all kind of stuff. They choose the wrong diameter hose line and stretch short, and then they got to extend the line. And how do they do it? They break the other 1 and 3/4 pre-connect at the chicks and swivel.
Right.
Now you got 400 feet of 1 and 3/4 with a task force tip that operates at 100 psi, and your PDP is about what 120 because that's what it always was, good enough.
Right.
And you're pulling 60 gallon a minute and don't understand why a fire won't go out. It's all, you know, a part of the system, and different things work for different applications. We're good, brother.
You take a break, but I got something I'll show you on that, if thing ever comes up.
Okay.
Prove your point, you don't even have to open your mouth. Double stuffed Oreo, huh? You go down and get him some double stuffed Oreo.
No, I'm trying to quit. You realize they have mega stuffed Oreos now?
Yes, they do. And you know, if you ever look at the weight on the package, all they do is whip the cream in the middle, got the exact same amount, it's just whipped.
Oh, those bastards.
That's
That's
also
unethical.
vegan.
Huh?
They're vegan.
Okay, I'm done with that then.
Yeah. So the chocolate is coconut powder, and the rest of it's made with oil.
Yeah, I'm completely against that, yeah. It's back to chocolate chip cookies then.
Yeah, I watched too much Foods That Built America.
It's back to chocolate chip cookies. I swear though, man, them double stuffed Oreos when they first come out though.
Sound like Robbie.
You couldn't stop eating. All right, everybody got full belly? All right, so we talked about philosophy, what the job is, you know, how you should approach it as a firefighter, as a company officer, as a battalion chief. The reason that all that is so important is because unlike John Q. Public that works in a cubicle 5 days a week, or John Q. Public that works on the factory floor 5 days a week, or even drives a truck, when that person's shift is over, there's a pretty high likelihood that they're going to go home. With us, we don't have that same guarantee. We really don't. You can get killed. It's life or death. And it can happen so quickly and so easily, especially once we are lulled into the complacency that, you know, we got this. You never have it. You constantly got to develop. So we talked about why that's so important, the history of the job a little bit, some tactics and strategy and what we're dealing with in 2022 versus 2002 versus 1982. Building materials, construction. You know, one of the things that has probably changed how we ventilate vertically more than anything is the advent of lightweight truss construction. And we know that once fire gets loose in that truss space, that's it. There's no rule of thumb. You can't say you got 5 minutes or whatever. If fire's loose in that truss space and those gusset plates fall out, or even now we don't have gusset plates or nailing plates, you got glued up trusses, right? And the engineers, the building engineers say, oh yeah, this will hold a measured load and all that, but not under fire conditions. And that's when we don't know. So, and it took us forever really to get to that understanding. We're still crawling up on roofs. People would pull a roof ladder up on a lightweight truss roof. You know, because that's the way you're trained. Use a roof ladder, right? What good does a roof ladder do you on a lightweight truss constructed roof? Zero. Nothing. Because there's no ridge pole for it to engage. So if the roof decking collapses, everything goes in. Okay? So what we had to do is we had to change the way that we vertically ventilate. Because you still had to vertically ventilate. I mean, nothing changed about the chemistry or behavior of fire. Fire burns up and out, following the path of least resistance in search of fuel and oxygen. Every time. Period. Unless something makes it burn sideways or down. Okay? So if somebody set a fire and they use flammable liquid or combustible liquid, yeah, you can make the fire burn across the floor, you can make it burn down. But with the advent of vertical ventilation, to relieve that smoke and heat and pressure, we still got to open the roof up. Well, how do we do that and not be on the roof? And we began to develop tactics whereby we would vent from the relative safety of the aerial or from your bucket. You can tether a firefighter to stand on the catwalk and reach out with a saw or whatever, attack the scuttle if there's a scuttle opening, get that opening made to get the pressure off, because a structure on fire is a vessel under pressure. It is building pressure. So the idea is you let that stuff off at the top and then move in at the bottom with cool air behind your back, a little bit better visibility, a little bit better tenability, make the fire show itself, and then kill it. And you do that with as much water as you can develop with 2 guys or 3 guys or 1 guy, God forbid. But there's tools that enable us to do that. But there's not one tool for every job. You got to use the right thing. Okay? So we'll get into tactics and stuff more in a little bit. But right now, let's talk about, like I said, we talk about philosophy, the officer, leadership, attributes of a leader. All of you will develop your own leadership style, and you're in the process of developing that style. And you'll be in that process really until you stop being a firefighter, you retire, or whatever. Because, and I know we can get into long conversations about this generation, dealing with this generation, and you hear the horror stories about young men that don't even know how to crank a chainsaw, and they're good at this, right? So I'm sure that my parents probably went through that with the generation of the 60s and 70s and, long hair and listening to rock and roll music and hippie stuff and everything else. So the more it changes, the more it stays the same. It's up to us to take the things that we value so much and apply them that still are valuable and apply them today, and then throw off the things that we don't use anymore. And that's just so hard for the fire service. The pendulum always goes one way too far or the other. But one of the ways you can do this is that you can make your priorities, establish what they are as a company officer, as a chief officer, and let that be your template for every day's activities. So the question is, what are your daily administrative priorities as a captain or a lieutenant, as a company officer? How do you prioritize your daily activities?
What's most important, or what?
How do you prioritize your daily activity? You know what goes on at a firehouse every day, 24
My first thing is staffing.
Okay.
Coming in.
Tell me about that.
Did everybody show up? Are we short? Are we hire back?
How do you deal with that administratively? Well, I'll bet one thing you do is that you show up long before your shift starts. Okay? So you probably get on the computer, see who's supposed to be there for that day, develop your riding list. Also, you're available telephonically when somebody calls in and says, hey, I got to take a scared day, I'm afraid I can't come to work, or I'm broke down, or can you get somebody to stand by for me, my kid's sick, all that sort of stuff. So you deal with those issues. And you may have to deal with detailing somebody out to another company or somebody into your company. And that's all the stuff that you do like before the shift starts in that little gray time. What else do you do during that time?
Along with staffing? Or?
Yeah. So you should staffing first, then what do you do?
I'm going to make sure all my equipment is good.
Okay.
Air pack and stuff like that.
Okay, well, you've checked your gear probably because you've already put your stuff on the truck and relieved your counterpart. So what can we say about you relieving the guy that's going off? What are you going to do with him? You're going to have a little debriefing? Yeah. And this sounds so, obvious, but have you ever seen 2 captains change shifts and they don't even speak to each other? Okay.
But shouldn't they at least go into the office or stand on the apparatus floor and say, hey, last night we did this and blah, 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 and this doesn't work, and we called the Plimo vent guy to come out and fix it, but they didn't come out yet, so that's why it's laying up on top of the locker. Or we had a job and we use this equipment and we're out of absorbent. That's the kind of thing, and that needs to happen. It needs to happen every shift change. I'll tell you something else that needs to happen. Most departments have 3 shifts, right? Okay, so if you've got 3 captains, A, B, and C, you have 3 autonomous ranks, right? They run their shift the way they want to run it. Is that right? No one captain holds sway over the other 2. That kind of sounds good. That's about going back to that fair and equitable thing, okay? A lot of times, though, when you have all that fairness and all that equitableness, if that's even a word, nothing gets done. And you wind up having shift wars, right? How many of you have hidden office supplies when they were delivered so that the other shift didn't get them? Hell, we used to do it. If we were working on the day that logistics delivered all the supplies, we bored the hell out of them. Because if we didn't, the other shift would. You know? Just ridiculous stuff like that. And the reason I can talk about it is because I participated in it. Okay? So, when you have 3 autonomous officers, those 3 guys need to meet like once every quarter and discuss an agenda on how to operate that company and that firehouse administratively. Does that make sense? But they never do. Why? Because somebody has to come in on their days off. You could catch 2 of them at shift change, but that 3rd one's going to have to come in on his day off in order to make that meeting, and we just don't require that. So some departments, instead of having 3 captains of Engine 1, you'll have 1 captain. He might work on A shift. B shift and C shift are lieutenants. And the lieutenants are in charge of that company when they're on duty, but the captain is in charge of the house. So if the captain says, move that engine to that bay and move that engine to this bay, that's what happens, and it stays that way. The other shift don't come in and change it. And how many times have you heard that crap? Well, on B shift, we do things a bit different. You know, we're better than the other ones. Right? And then you wind up getting in shift wars and nozzle wars and every damn thing else. Huh? You're there. Now, the negative part to that is if you have 1 captain assigned that makes all those calls, if that guy's an asshole, then he's an asshole. You pretty much got to do what he says, because he's the captain, he's in charge of the house. But there are some positive effects of doing it that way, and having 1 person in charge. The other 2 are lieutenants. You can call them captain, lieutenant, station commander, captain, whatever. But somebody's got to hold sway on the operation of that house. As a battalion chief, I was assigned, in Battalion 2, I was assigned to Station 27. That was not my firehouse. Okay, it was my flagship, but it wasn't my firehouse. I didn't run that firehouse. If I wanted to do something, I asked permission from the captain. If I had a problem with my facilities, with my dormitory, meaning like normally it was cold enough to hang meat because they kept the thermostat in the main dormitory cut down, so I'd be in there lighting a fire trying to stay warm, you know. But if I had an issue with anything that had to do with the facility, I went to the captain and I asked and said, you know, I'm gonna have a meeting here today, a captain's meeting. Is that okay? Can I have all the captains come into here? Why, yes, sir, chief. We'll host it or whatever. So, in showing deference to the officer in charge, it showed respect. I actually learned this when I was in college. Me and a buddy of mine went and we rode with Rescue 4 in Queens one Saturday night. And there was another time I rode with the battalion chief, FDNY, and he went out to make a station visit at, the beginning of the tour. And we pulled up in front of the firehouse, and there's no parking anywhere, so they just kind of pulled the car up. And the driver would get puts on the siren. This came actually when they used to have a bell. He would hit the bell a couple times. Guy on watch comes to the door because they heard the siren or the bell and the chief come to visit. Well, this particular time, door opened, and it's a little personnel door beside the apparatus door, and there's a fireman studies had it up, and he turned around and looked back, and then here comes a lieutenant. So the chief gets out, and he walks up to the door, and they still do the salute. And the lieutenant is a covering officer. He's not the normally assigned officer. He's detailed there as relief. And the chief says, hey, I thought I'd come by and meet you. I hadn't met you yet, and I wanted to inspect the quarters and talk to the guys for a minute. And the lieutenant said, Chief, I've got a problem, and I'm working it out. Could you come back in an hour? And the battalion chief said, is an hour all you need? Lieutenant said, yes, sir. If I don't have it fixed in an hour, then I'm not going to have it fixed. He said, okay, I'll be back in an hour. And we left. And an hour later, we pulled back up front. The lieutenant came to the door and said, come on in. Okay. Now, what happened there? What happened in that scenario that I just described?
Mutual respect for chain of command and officers.
Yeah, absolutely. The chief showed respect for that officer. And the officer had autonomy to fix what the problem was. We never did know what the problem was.
Probably didn't need to know.
We didn't need to know. And I can remember times in my career as a battalion chief when an officer would come to me with some problem. There were times when I could say, do you really want me to get involved in this? Because if you require me to get involved in this, no one's going to be happy. And he'd think about it and he'd say, yeah, let me have another few hours to get it squared away. You know? And most of the time that was between officers bickering about something. You know, two officers at the same house that were bickering about some silly shit. You know, and I had to make them cease fire on each other. So, mutual respect. And from that, I learned when I would go visit my firehouses, I never would drive around to the back. I had gate codes and all. I could drive around the back, sneak in. I knew a chief that did that one time. He would sneak in the back. And he's always doing it to try to catch it doing something not supposed to be doing, you know. And I thought that was just really petty as hell. So I would pull up out front. I would back up to the bay door or whatever. And I would actually ring the doorbell. And if I rang the doorbell twice and nobody came to open the door, then I would use my key and I would enter. And then if I caught you doing something stupid, guess whose fault that was? Yeah. And they learned that real quick. And it didn't take but a couple times. Ring the doorbell, here comes the fireman, opens the door, and immediately, on the other hand, he's got the intercom. Chief in quarters. That lets everybody know that the chief's here. And then he would say, do you want to see everybody in the day room? Or I'd say yes, or I'd say, no, I just need to see the captain in the office. Okay, and he'd call the captain, come to the office, and we deal with whatever it is we had to deal with. But that is the respect that gets respect, right? Now, like I said, I didn't back off. If they didn't come to the door, then okay, I'm coming in. And then I'm going to go through the place like a holy terror. And if I catch you doing something you ain't supposed to be doing, it's your fault, not mine. Because I've already announced my presence. But that was one thing that I just learned that meant so much to me as far as the administrative part of being an officer. You give them respect until they do something to disallow. And I tried never to punish my people for making a mistake. I did punish them if they made the same mistake twice. That was kind of like my policy. You know, okay, you're doing this, you made a mistake, it was a bad call. Did you learn from it? Sometimes it was such a bad mistake that I had to do something administrative. I didn't have a choice, right? But most of the time, I could give them an opportunity to redeem themselves. And they very rarely ever let me down. So you want to show respect. If you show respect, you get it. If you, and back to where we first started, I got off on a tangent, but when you're doing your daily routine, Staffing, having that debriefing with the off-going officer, checking your equipment. Captains, chiefs, do you check your own equipment or do you have your engineer do it or somebody else?
Check my own.
Okay, I would check my own too. When I first got promoted, and that's another thing. The first day, every eye is why they watch everything you do. They know when you go to the bathroom. They know when you get a cup of coffee. They watch you closely like a hawk. Everything you're doing. Well, I had a system whereby I put my stuff on the chief's buggy a certain way. My gear was in a certain spot. We didn't have air packs mounted at that time, so it was just kind of laid in the back seat, but I had it kind of there, buckled in where I could throw it on like I wanted and all that sort of stuff. My seat caddy with other junk in it. And I came in and I laid out all my stuff and checked my air pack. Well, the next day we worked, I came in and all my stuff was already populated in the vehicle just like I had done it. And there was a fireman polishing on, I'm like, did you put my stuff in the car? Yes, sir. Is that not the way you want it? I said, no, that's exactly how I put it in there. I said, and I'm grateful. I appreciate it, but that's not necessary. Well, my captain told me to do it. Okay, then I'm not saying anything, because that's between you and your captain. Then I went to the captain and I said, look, I really appreciate what you did, but just understand this, and I'm not telling you not to do it, but understand this, I'm going to check my own air pack. I'm not poo-pooing you doing it and saying you didn't do a good job. I'm just going to check it because that's my air pack. And ultimately, I'm responsible, because it's assigned to me. Okay, fine. So that morning routine that we just described, that gray time prior to 0800. Now, what happens at 0800? As a company officer, what do you do then?
Assembly.
Say again?
Assembly
And what do you do at assembly?
Just the day's activity.
You do roll call. Absolutely. Lots of departments, they don't do roll call anymore. Everybody just kind of comes in and, they're sitting around talking or whatever. And I understand the social aspect of it. I get that. That's important. But roll call, listen to this closely. Roll call is the huddle before the game. It is vitally important as a company officer that you conduct and I'm going to say formal roll call in the morning at 0800. Now, when I say formal, does that mean everybody's got to be in Class A uniform for inspection? No. It just means it is a formal gathering. It could be the kitchen, the apparatus, or whatever the hell you want it to be. Maybe your guys like to work out early. Okay, so they check their gear, and then they head to the weight room. You could have roll call right there if you want, because you would probably want to be working out with them, right? So what happens at roll call? It is the huddle before the big game. So what do you want to do? What do you want to go over in roll call? What's the first thing you want to do?
Riding stuff.
Say again?
Riding stuff.
Make your assignments, okay? Engine, truck, who's going to do what? All right. What else are you also doing at roll call as the officer? What are you looking at?
Preparedness of your
Entire people diminish.
Say that again?
Preparedness of your men.
Yeah, you're evaluating your guys. If one of them is looking a little haggard like he's been out roguing all night long, you'll see that. You want to make sure that they are fit for duty. Okay? You also would make personal observations. Hey, how'd your kid do at the game the other night? This is how you know your people. You need to know your group. And the reason, this sounds so simple, but I've seen firefighters report for duty at a firehouse and the captain not even speak to them. They're looking for the captain. What do you want me to do? What do you want to do? I don't worry about it. Just ride that side and I'll talk to you. And they never talk to them. It's crazy. Your people are your most valuable tool, an asset. So yeah, during roll call, that gives you a perfect opportunity to be face to face and talk with them, make sure they're fit for duty, they got the right uniform on for whatever it is we're going to be doing, whether it's PT, whatever. And you go over any of the administrative crap that you've been exposed to via the computer or email. Okay, this is happening and engine
little bit, and then you shut that down. All right, back on track, guys. Here's what we're doing today. It's a beautiful day outside, so we're gonna do hydrants. Now, you wanna do them this morning, or do you wanna do them this afternoon? Because, I don't know, y'all might wanna work out this afternoon and do the hydrants this morning. That's okay. We can make decisions like that. All right, who's cooking? Right? When you wanna go to the store, or you've already brought stuff in, you know, and that becomes a routine, but that's important, because it's still getting the crew together. You made your ride assignments, then you ask them, has anybody got anything to say? Has anybody got any issues that we want to bring forward? One of those effective things I think that I ever did was when I had staff meeting, my captains, I'd go through the agenda. I send the agenda out to them prior to the meeting, so they knew what we were going to talk about. I'd go through the agenda, and then at last item on the agenda, I'd have officers' concerns, and I'd go around the room. I wouldn't just throw it out there and say, anybody want to say it. I'd pick on them specifically. Do you have anything to add? Any problems? What's going on over at Engine 77? You know, any issues? And they would, most of the time, they'd bring something up. And it would benefit all of us. And what it did was it let them know I cared what they thought. This wasn't just a meeting for me to pontificate and tell them what the hell, you know, we're going to be doing. It was a meeting of our team. It's team building, okay? So that we can learn to rely on each other. All right, so back to roll call. So you looking at your guys, you're talking to them, you make the assignments, decide when you want to do whatever. That's not going to happen today because the truck's got to go to the shop, right? Whatever, and you lay out the day's events. And then those always change because it's fire, right? That gets interrupted and you move on to something else. That's why it is so important to have that huddle before the game. And you need to do it every day. I've seen so many firehouses that officers that don't even do roll call anymore. It's kind of like passe. Because we got the computers, right? Everything's managed by email. I can contact everybody. We don't actually have to get together and face-to-face talk about stuff, and that's wrong. You do. You do. That's vital to the operation of the daily administrative task of the fire company. So, once you do that, what's next? Go about the day's routine, whatever that is. Okay? How do you decide what the day's routine is going to be? What are your priorities? All right, well, here's the way I prioritize them. Number one, emergency responses. That takes precedent over everything we do. When the bell hits, it doesn't matter. You could be on the shitter, you could be training, you could be asleep, you could be doing PT, you could be polishing the rims, doesn't matter. When it's an emergency response, you go. You don't question it, you don't gripe, you go. It'd be nice if we went with the same enthusiasm on every time the bell went off. But I realize that when it's an alarm sounding or a CO detector, you kind of, damn, man, I was getting ready to finish that. All right, I'll do that later. And you kind of sashay toward the truck. Now, when it comes in like that fire I described earlier, yeah, then we're knocking holes in the wall trying to get down the hallway to get to the rig. Okay, and I get that. I understand why that is. But try to maintain that same level of attentiveness and response, because that is what we do. Nobody else does it. You dial 911 and ask for police, you may get one in an hour, depending on what you say the issue is. Okay? Even ambulances now. I know in Mecklenburg County they are ranking the calls as they got all kinds of alpha numeric, where it's a medic hold, they don't respond until something. We go. Nothing takes precedence over that, emergency responses. I can't tell you how many staff meetings that I was able to get out of
because I stayed in service, listened to the radio. Wilson, where are you going? Gee, you didn't hear that alarm? Well, that's just a fire alarm sound. I'm like, well, something made the fire alarm go off. You know, so I got to go see it. and the chief was great. He understood that was a priority anyway. But nobody else does that. So what if you're out of service? What if the truck is broken down, you're waiting on Goodyear to come out and replace the tire, and a medical emergency is dispatched right around the block? What's wrong with
Utility truck.
Yeah, what's wrong with throwing the EMS bag and the O2 in a utility vehicle, or maybe even somebody's personal vehicle, and beating feet to get over there? People need help, they need it now. It doesn't matter. They don't care what your turf area is or what your still alarm is. They don't care about any of that. They need help. One of the classic questions that we did, what year was, oral interview for captain. And you know, you have different categories of questions that you ask a candidate. You have like right and wrong answers. Okay, you have technical stuff, fire code stuff, situational ethics, right? What's situational ethics? Well, here's an example of situational ethics. You're the captain on engine 5, and you get a phone call at 10 o'clock in the morning from the battalion chief and says, hey, you guys have got to pay for a drug test, so make sure everybody's in uniform with ID, and take the company out of service, and I'll meet you at the drug testing facility. Okay? That's kind of standard. And most cities have a rule in place that says once you're notified for the drug test, you've got to go right then. You can't, you know, any attempt to avoid going right then is seen as an attempt to subvert the test, and you get fired. All right, so you tell, yes sir, chief. All right, guys, we're out of service. Engine 5 is out of service. Drug test. Let's get on the rig. We got to go. You get on the rig. You pull out the apron, and a box alarm of structure fire is dispatched 1 block behind the firehouse. Structure fire, possible person trapped. 1 block behind the firehouse. You're already out of service, so they don't even send you. What do you do? And that's the question we'd ask the candidate. You'd be surprised at some of the answers we got. So I ask you, what would you do?
Go back to service and start again.
We had candidates say, well, I'll do the drug test. Why? Why? Well, because that's city policy. I don't have a choice. City policy dictates that we have to do that way. They're not wrong. That is city policy. But what is the primary mission? To save lives and protect property. Nothing takes precedent, not even a damn drug test. If you're dirty when we get that run, you'll be dirty after. Okay? Now,
And if you're not, you're lucky. Next time you won't be.
is that defensible? I don't know. I never had to defend it. I don't know. I know it's the right thing to do. I know damn well I'm not going to go to a drug test when I got a reported house fire blocking behind the station, somebody trapped. We're going to the fire. Engine 5, we're back in service responding. Okay.
Could be a weed grow house.
It could be a grow house. Yeah.
Then you got a reason to Popeyes.
So that was a situational ethics question, but a lot of candidates will say, oh, no, go to the drug test because that's what you have to do. Yeah, that is policy, I get that. And you may have to argue that before some finder of fact. But the number one priority is emergency response. That's life or death, man. That's where the rubber meets the road. And nothing takes precedence over that. When a company, our training academy is out on the southwest side of the city, and I was in the North University area. So, you know, for one of my companies to go to training for in-service, if they had to be there at 9, hell, they had to leave at 7:30. A lot of times, just because of traffic and everything. But here's what we did. You go out of service for training when you pull into the academy parking lot. When you leave training, you go back in service the minute you pull out on the shopping road. And that is if you hear of an incident or become aware of something while you are returning to your house or going to training, if you think, and I will tell officers, if you think you can get there and get there quickly and provide help, go. Go. That's not freelancing. Some people say, well, you're self-assigning. Yeah, and self-assigning is not that big of an issue anymore because the computer now just automatically locates people that are closest. But the linchpin here is going out of service or remaining in service. I would allow my companies to go out of service for anything pretty much other than mechanical failure. Okay, the rig's broke down, we can't respond. And then we're immediately trying to figure out how we can fix that. Okay? How about community service? What kind of community service are you guys doing in your departments?
School, fire safety talks,
Okay.
smoke detectors,
Installation, okay.
A lot of times it's just being wherever there's an event, just so we can be seen.
Okay.
So that they know that we're here.
Okay. Are you in service during those times, or do you have to go out of service?
most of the time it's
Okay. We got into a thing in the 90s where it was popular for neighborhoods. I don't really know how it happened. But they would get on the schedule called fire company for birthday parties. All right? They want fire trucks coming out because their kids have a birthday party. So we have fire trucks go and they'd be out of service and they'd be there for like 2 hours. And the truck's got like a jungle gym with kids climbing all over it and everything else. And I said, no, this is no good. I'm not doing this. So put a letter out to all my officers on, here's the battalion priorities for community service, particularly birthday parties, okay? You can go, but you have to stay in service. You have to be able to respond. Tell whoever, when you get there, you know, we're here, but we may have to go to an incident. That right there eliminates letting the kids crawl over the truck. Because I don't want kids crawling all over the truck if we're gonna have to respond somewhere. That,
Because you don't know where your stuff's gonna end up.
and personal turnout gear is like that's forbidden to mess with somebody's turnout gear. Okay, that's our lifeline, right? So you gotta stay in service. You must do some sort of fire prevention activity. Stop out our old kids, you know, here's the fireman and all his gear and breathing apparatus, let them flow water out the booster line, do a fire prevention, fire extinguisher demonstration. I don't care, but it's got to be something that has to do with the fire service, not some other crap. We don't do the other crap. We do this, and you can only be there for 30 minutes. At the end of the 30 minutes, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We got to return to the firehouse, or we got to return to whatever else we're doing. Okay. Priorities. Nothing takes precedence over emergency response. We do that better, I think, than any other entity in the United States. People talk about Homeland Security. We are the original Homeland Security. 911, you don't even have to say anything. 4 or 6 minutes later, there's going to be a fire truck at your location with 4 or hopefully more than 4 firefighters that are prepared to start putting order back where chaos was. All right? Remember what we're doing. We're deciding what our priorities are that will guide our daily administrative activities. Okay? Next up, I always put this one. Why would that be the second highest priority?
Makes you better for number one.
Yes, sir. Exactly that. That's about the most direct way you can say it. Number 2 prepares you to do number 1. Okay? Our knowledge and skills and abilities, are they fleeting? Meaning if you do not do them, do they become harder to do? Yeah, right, they do. The best handling of ground ladders that I ever saw was in recruit school. Because in our recruit school, ladders is like a whole week or more. And I forget, they measured it out how many miles of ladders that they climb. You know, day one, they're using just a 24-foot ladder up against the wall, not even extended, and they look like, you know, they're making love to the ladder as they climb up, that they're all up on it. The ladder needs a cigarette when they're done. And by day 5, they look like Spider-Man bouncing up and down the side of the building. Okay? That's where I saw the best ground ladder handling. You know why? You do it for those 5 days, and you do it in recruit class, but then you don't do it again for 6 months and try to do it at 2 o'clock in the morning, and what happens? So these skills are all perishable. All of them. All of the technical skills that we possess as journeyman firefighters, they're just all perishable if you do not continually practice. If I did not continually practice with my air pack, I would mess up and do something stupid. Because it's just something that goes away from you if you don't do it. You do not rise to the level of the challenge. What do you rise to? Your level of training. That's as high as you go. You're going to default back on what is comfortable, what you've been trained to do. Okay? Everybody likes to think, well, if that happened, I know what I would do. No. You're going to default to your level of comfort and whatever your level of training is. We did an in-service one year, and it was ground ladders. So the drill was that your apparatus was spotted, and no time clock or anything like that. It wasn't like high pressure. It was just spot the apparatus. Captain firefighters get off. They're supposed to take a 35-foot extension ladder off the rig, carry it toward the target building, put it up, extend it, and you only had to extend it up about 5 or 6 rungs. Set it, tie the halyard off, ascend, get on the roof, and secure the ladder. That was it, right? Standard, simple, no time clocks, no drill instructor screaming at you, none of that mess. Just, okay guys, just show us you can do it. I watched the company come, apparatus, air brakes locked, crew got off. They really struggled getting the ladder off the rig because the brackets were really corroded and kind of rusty. They had not lubricated them. So they were fighting trying to get the brackets to turn. Finally got that done. Got the ladder off, and a bunch of leaves and debris and sticks and stuff fell out in the little channels in the beams because the ladder hadn't been off in a while. And they carried it, after they spun around twice, the captain watched them, and the engineer watched them, and the 2 firefighters carried the ladder tip first, fly section down toward the target building. And then they sat it down, and they stood there and looked at it, and the captain walked over and said, okay, well, let's get it up. You know, so they began to raise it up, and then they realized they were raising the butt end, so they stopped, laid it back down, they turned around, spun it back around, and put the butt towards the target building. Then they had to roll the ladder over to get the fly section in the right spot. And then they raised it, and they about dropped it when they were raising it. And they got it, and they extended it up, leaned it against the building. The angle was horrible. They didn't tie the halyard. And then they turned and said, okay, we're done. I said, okay, well, that was interesting. So go ahead and take your ladder down and take it back and put it back on the rig. And so they, oh boy, we're done, man. We'll get out of here early. We can go buy an ice cream place. And they put it back on the rig, and I said, all right, now, Captain, do it again. This time, full turnout gear, breathing apparatus, and do it right. Well, man, you'd have thought I'd hit him with a cattle prod. What the hell do you mean, do it right? Do it right. We did it. We just did it. I said, nope, you didn't. You didn't do it right. One of the basic rules of carrying a ground ladder toward a target building is to carry it butt first so that you ain't got to do all kind of calisthenics and spin it around to get it in the right spot. And there's a way that we practice reverse, press, extend the ladder with the halyard, tie the halyard off. You guys didn't do that. You know what the officer said? Well, Chief, you know, we do things a little bit different out where we are. We do things that work for us. You know, we've kind of got, well, that infuriated me. And I said, no, you're going to do it the right way, or you're going to fail this evolution. So do what I just said. And if you need me to talk you through it, I will. But by God, you're going to do it the right way. And we went ahead and did it. And of course, I was the biggest asshole that ever lived because of that. But you get my point. The way you train is the way you will fight. And if you don't train these repetitive skills, good Lord, how many times in 32 years did I crawl through the same maze? You know, and then teaching, I would be in that maze. So, I mean, I knew every nook and cranny. But still, if you don't do it, you lose the ability. We do annual SCBA in service, and I would have, typically, it would be somebody with 20, 25 years old. We'd be sitting in the classroom prior to starting the evolution. This is bullshit. Okay, why is it bullshit? Crawl through that same damn maze. I crawled through that maze in recruit school. This is just doing stuff to be doing stuff. Okay, well, you shouldn't have any problem with it then. And you know, I'm not going to browbeat you about it. You just got to go through it. You got to like it, right? So let's just go through it. I guaranteed money in the bank. That fireman would run out of here or get lost in the maze. So why was he bitching to begin with? He didn't have the confidence in himself and his ability to do it. Right? So, and I knew what was getting ready to happen because it always did. It happened consistently every time. Right? These skills will perish if you do not practice them over and over again. When I practice shooting, if I go for a week and don't go through my drills, oh my gosh, I'm terrible. You know, I have to get back in the zone. And it's the same thing with anything. If you play a musical instrument, you know, the more you play it, the more you live with it in your hands and practice, the better you'll be at it. Okay? So this is kind of life or death stuff here, not musical instruments. So it's important to train, and this does not have to be a bad thing. Oh, by the way, never use this as punishment. Never use this as punishment. If you're trying to discipline somebody or show somebody, you know, whatever, do something else. Don't make them do a training evolution as discipline for whatever. Okay, I made them run that drill again just because they failed so bad the first time. But I didn't use it to discipline. You want training to be a happy thing. You want guys to enjoy training. Have you ever been to a training drill where the guys came out afterwards and said, man, that was fun. That was really cool. I like that. Okay, that's the kind of attitude you're looking to get. So never use it as a disciplinary action, and it doesn't have to be bad. Okay, so maybe it's 40 degrees and raining like hell outside. Is this the day we want to go throw ground ladders? Nah, probably not. But you know what we can do? We can sit here at the kitchen table with coffee and we can have street school. Or I can show you how to fill out the payroll. Or we can go over these latest procedures that the department has sent out, or the chief has sent out. Okay? It doesn't have to be long. It can be an hour, hour and a half out of your day. Just commit an hour or an hour and a half to company drills. Okay, today we're going over the rip pack. Here it is laying in the middle of the floor. Can anybody remember the parts? Okay, yeah, well that's it, and that's this and that, and what are the ways to get a down firefighter on there? Well, we could do the UAC, or we could with the transfilling, or we could do EBSS from the rip pack, or EBSS from one of the other air packs. And if we had to, we've got an extra mask and another regulator. But we would never take his mask off in an IDLH if we could help it. We would simply take his regulator and put the fresh one in. You know, trying to get a mask on somebody in the dark in an IDLH is not easy at all. So that's why we never want to break that seal and pull the mask out. You can take the regulator out, but that's it. But training, hour and a half of drill every day. That should be a part of your daily administrative stuff.
Next, this is kind of easy. Physical training. PT helps us get our bodies ready to do the next level thing that gets us ready to do number one. Okay? Are we all going to be triathletes? No. All right? Are some people going to be at a higher rate of physical fitness than others? Yes. Does it have to be something that we hate? No. Should it be something we do as a company? Yeah, we really want to. So find something that everybody enjoys doing. Hell, it could be playing basketball. I don't know. But some sort of physical activity to try, and this is hard for firefighters because once you get comfortable, you can get sedentary. And then we got a lot of guys that are out there, running and doing whatever. But the physical toll that operating in full turnout gear in an IDLH environment, we're really not sure yet. We still don't know the technical aspects of that. In recruit school, we have kids coming to recruit school who were world-class athletes. I'm talking about triathletes, Marines just home from Afghanistan, NFL players. Here's one guy that I didn't really understand. NASCAR pit crew members. Oh my gosh, the level of physical fitness they have to maintain to do all the stuff that they do is pretty impressive. Marathon runners, and they get into recruit school and they start having physical problems. Well, why? Because when they were doing all that training, well, maybe with the exception of the Afghanistan Marines, they're wearing running clothes, tank top, running shoes. You put the human body in that cocoon and jack the internal temperature up. If there's a weak spot, it's going to give. Okay? We've had guys die in the line of duty that were in excellent physical shape, but they had some kind of a problem with a heart valve that the doctor said that we wouldn't even know that unless we'd have done an autopsy. Okay? And you cocoon them in all that gear and make them operate at peak performance, it takes its toll on the human body. Not to mention the, well, you shouldn't be exposed to respiratory, but things that we've been exposed to with our respiratory system. There's no telling what I breathed in the 80s and 90s. And, now you don't even take your mask off during overhaul. You got to monitor and make sure that the CO levels are certain. And that, I never did that when I was an arson investigator. I was always there during the overhaul looking for origin and cause, and I didn't wear breathing apparatus because it's kind of hard to investigate the scene with breathing apparatus. So you're exposed to that. Carcinogens, you all know the stories about not washing gear and stuff like that, and wearing dirty gear. Good Lord, I've got a hood that I've never washed, and I bet I won it in 50 fires and training fires, and I didn't wash it, and I didn't know any better. And firemen want the gear to look salty anyway. Turnout gear, being exposed to things that you can absorb as well as ingest. Stop by an old firehouse the other day, had big signs on the dormitory room doors that says no no fire gear past this point. And I'm like, why can't you have fire gear? You got to get naked on the apparatus floor and then walk in. We laugh about that, and they're like, no, it transfers carcinogens to the living areas. And I thought of all of the nights where I come back from an incident when I was a chief, and I'd have my bunker pants on, I'd go sit down in the office at the chair to do my after action report, I might wash my hands before I did it, but typically I was looking for a cup of coffee before I even did that at 3 o'clock in the morning. So there's things that we're exposed to physically that physical training can help mitigate, and then there's things that we don't often talk about, but they exist, right? If you're in this job any amount of time, 20, 25, 30 years, you're going to see things that you can't unsee. Okay? And they have an impact on you whether you know it or not, whether you want to admit it or not.
know this because there'll be times in your sleep, typically, that they'll come back and haunt you. And you may have forgotten about them, you know, but there's things that you can't unsee, and they do have that emotional impact, and we can't just dismiss that. You know, that's for sissies, we ain't worried about that, we're tough. That's not true. You have to be able to deal with that. Physical exercise is one of the best ways to deal with it, okay? Alcohol and drugs is like the worst way to deal with it. So, and I'm enjoyed all them times that me and the boys went out, you know, at the local watering hole and had a few beers. And I remember the day that Josh Early died in Chapel Hill. We all came back about 1 o'clock in the afternoon, so we got all that dealt with, set up the appointment to come get his body the next day. And we all came back to the firehouse, and everybody was standing around my apparatus floor like, well, what do we do now? I said, well, let's get showered and change clothes, and I'll meet y'all up there at Tipsy's. And that's where we went and we stayed that entire afternoon and that evening. You know, and that was kind of a debriefing, probably not a healthy one. I'm sure you get plenty of people say that wasn't a good thing to do, but it also provided a bonding and enabled us to kind of buoy each other. But those emotional things take a toll, and you have to acknowledge that, okay? And I mean, I want to be just as alpha and just as tough as all you guys are, and I hope I have been. But not all of us have that same level of resilience to that kind of stuff. So, as a company officer, what do you need to do? What do you need to do as a company officer? You need to be aware. Okay? You don't want to do anything to make them uncomfortable, right? But you need to be aware that that might be bothering them. And you need to kind of approach that in a way that doesn't take away their masculinity. Does that make sense? Does anybody have any, you don't have to tell what it is, but does anybody got any personal experience with what I'm talking about that would validate what I'm saying? Absolutely. And if you're in this job any amount of time, you're going to deal with that. Okay? Death or serious injury of a firefighter or a cop. I know we've been to incidents where cops have been killed. Death or serious injury to a child, that wrecks us every time, right? For me, it was always kids and old people, you know, because they just kind of seemed helpless. You know, when it was somebody shot 12 times, or you know, somebody standing in front of the door at 18 at 3 o'clock in the morning looked like they'd been filleted, and it was an adult human, typically that person had that happen to them because of choices they made. I can kind of justify that in my brain. But when it was a baby or a very old, feeble person, that's tough, you know. So we got to acknowledge that, and PT can help. Next. Fire prevention activities, smoke detector installation, visiting the kids, or having a tour group come through the firehouse, all that stuff. Please focus on fire-related issues with your community service. I ain't even gonna say who or where, but recently I have seen a in-service fire company, I guess they were in service, with their vest on, picking up garbage on the side of the road. I mean, I'm not trying to poo-poo anything, but as far as I'm concerned, that is way out of bounds. We got way too many ladders to be practicing with to be picking garbage up on the side of the road. That's not what we do. And I realize that the city manager of some city might say, yes, this is a city initiative, we're gonna do this. Okay, you wanna pick garbage up? Then adopt the highway, get you a neat little sign, meet off duty, and do it off duty, and then go out to eat or go to the bar afterwards, and we'll give you a positive performance appraisal for doing it off duty. You know, that's the way around it. Not on duty. Not on duty. It's just inappropriate when you consider what our priorities are and what our priorities should be. So when you do your community service, make sure it's some sort of fire prevention activity. be, and all the things that we used to love to do that anyway. Going up in one of the high rises in Center City to teach CPR, that was fun. You know why? There's a lot of good things to look at in one of the high rises in Center City. And there were times when we just leave the mannequin and everything, say, hey, we gotta go, we gotta run, but we'll be back, you know? So, building surveys. Are you in the buildings in your district that you can get in? Do you go to new construction sites and just kind of stand there and watch? Take pictures, see how they're putting them up, see what they're framed out of? Is it lightweight truss with gusset plates, or is it glued up trusses? All that sort of stuff. You need to know your area and be intimate with it. And what would happen if that building was on fire? What would we do if it was on fire? Where's the fire protection system? That's all legit stuff, and that's included just in the area survey. Okay? That's pretty much it. As a company officer, that'd be a full day right there. If you got all that stuff done, and then add your meals in, and some downtime, depending on where you were and where you were assigned and the call load, that would be a full day to make sure you got those things done. Now add to equipment maintenance and hydrants and the whole other stuff that we have to do. It's easy to chew up a 24-hour period. Oh, and one more thing before we break. Firehouse is not a frat house, and it's not a damn Motel 6. Nobody guarantees you to 8 hours of sleep there every night. Okay? That's just not what we do. It seems that a lot of the newer generation kind of feel like that, yeah, I'm not supposed to be bothered after midnight, or I don't have vacation, so I'm just going to take a sick day because I want to go to my cousin's wedding, you know, things like that. You know, I'm not trying to rant. We're firemen, okay? Firemen are on duty 24/7, right? You have vacation that you can sign up for every year. Most departments have some sort of procedure of doing that. You have sick time you can take when you're sick, okay? You might go get a work sub. I know in my department that has the most liberal work sub policy ever. You can get anybody to work for you, you know. But because we're firemen, we miss holidays. We miss Sunday mornings in church. We miss our kids' recital. We miss our cousin's wedding because we're firemen. Okay? Our entire existence is precipitated on the fact that the impossible can't happen. So we're there 24/7 to get it done. When you call in sick because you want to be with your kids and put their presents together on Christmas morning, but you're supposed to work and you couldn't get vacation, so you call in sick, what you're doing is you're slapping the face of those other guys on your company. You're saying to them, you guys are a bunch of saps. Y'all are working Christmas morning. I'm going with my family. I don't want that guy on my firehouse or on my fire department because his priorities are all screwed up. I talk about chain of command. I had a captain bring a firefighter to me one time in the office, and the firefighter said, yeah, I need to be off on this Saturday in June. And I said, okay, well, it's like 2 weeks away. Did you not sign up for vacation? Well, I couldn't get vacation. I don't have enough seniority to get Saturday in June. Oh, yeah, okay, I guess that's right. Well, can you get a work sub? Well, I can't get anybody to work for me. There's 1,100 firemen in this fire department. You can't get anybody to work for you? That wasn't the reason. He wanted somebody at that firehouse on another shift to work for him. That way he didn't have to collect all this stuff and drive across town to work back, right? No, I need a work sub. I said, well, here's your choices. Number one, you can wait till that day. You might be able to get a standby vacation. I know that doesn't help you because you got to travel. So that's probably not a good choice. And then number two is, you don't go. You tell your cousin you can't be in his wedding because you got to work because you're a fireman. Get me? But, you know, the day and time comes, it calls in sick. We don't have the options we should have to to deal with sick leave abuse. Used to be, you call them sick, tag sheet would come to your house, you know. Now, we can't do that anymore, just because of HIPAA or whatever, and I don't know what the solution is. I'd be interested in hearing how you guys may have dealt with something like that. Somebody that is, you know, off every pretty Saturday and burning sick leave, and I've tried everything. I would address every recruit class that I have been involved with and said things like, look, you have your sick leave, okay? Is that a big one? Up until 2010, I think I'd used 4 sick days. I came on in 84, and up until 2010, I was a chief. I'd used 4 sick days. And probably worked a lot of days that I shouldn't have because I was sick. But those were days that I had pneumonia or whatever. Well, in 2010, my wife got diagnosed with breast cancer. And we went to see an oncologist, and he laid out the whole course of treatment. She's going to have 20 chemotherapy appointments, and she's going to have 35 radiation treatments and surgery and that. So when that was over with, I just simply called my boss. And I said, hey, I'm going to be out sick for the next 3 months. And I could do that because I had the time built up. I had more than that much time built up. Because I was going to go to every appointment with her and do everything with her, right? So your sick leave is not just for yourself. It could be for your family. That's a legit reason to use sick leave, a sick kid, whatever. And plus, in my department, when you retire, any unused sick leave you get paid for, or you can use it to project out a further retirement date. So it's a good deal. And hell, I've known a fireman that retired and had 3 sick days. 28 years got 3 sick days. You know, that's just an extra personal day for them. Well, when you do that, you literally compromise the whole team. You're telling everybody, I'm different, I'm better, I don't have to be a sap or work on Thanksgiving. Y'all do, because I'm just going to take sick. I don't know how to get that attitude changed. Hopefully us having a dialogue about it gives you something that you can go back and talk to your own men about, because it's an issue. Staffing is an issue everywhere. It's an issue in paid as well as volunteer departments. It's tough, especially in volunteers, because you're asking somebody to meet all these certifications and still work 40 hours a week or more and raise a family and everything else. It's just very difficult. But again, it goes back to your priorities and your passion for the job, and whether you want to be a pro or an amateur. 10 minutes, stay away.
Is he got to make the round? Oh, that's what I thought.
Well, I brought, what you brought about?
Got some sunshine.
Not until last year, when I
Back in.
yeah, they
For a chance,
had,
yeah.
400 something hours back.
I've got
Little
900, so I was.
Before though, right now, you can't have.
I worked here remote, I did that for 1 day, 3 years also.
That's why everybody picks on I never really take vacation.
That's like Bravo, I got like 4 Bravo day vacation.
What you pulling up over, Chief?
Well, this freaking computer clock right now, that old head, you talking about smooth door stuff. Got 2 little things showing it, explains it on layman's terms, like how I can see it, feel it.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Did I make it in time for lunch?
Yeah, right there?
I think so. Last piece of meat lovers. 5-second rule.
You know,
I've run into him a couple times here. and there.
We run into each other.
He's real close to Grand Eagle, one of our pride and joys.
Old Grant.
I told him he's starting to resemble.
Apparently, all you got to do is live in the same proximity as him, and you get that booger wiped on you.
And you do. That was your decision to come and go.
Well, hell, I didn't know he lived there. But I don't live close to him anymore.
He said you bailed out.
Yeah. The house that I had in that neighborhood, I got when I was single, and it was mine. So when I got married, as women do, they tended not to want to be a part of the house that you were in when you were single, because they had these visions of,
What you may or may not have done.
yeah, what I may or may not have done.
And you don't have to remodel them,
No,
they don't change anything.
they didn't change it
Still
down.
the same walls.
Yeah, I told her, I said, I'll put your name on the deed. It won't cost you nothing, you know. No. We need to find someplace else and build another home, okay.
And I had free land on my family land, but yeah, I had to buy land from her family and build on her property. Not like because it's her family.
Uh-huh.
That's fine.
That's how they do.
Then February 25th, she was sitting at the house, she started talking just weird stuff, just coming off the wall and everything. So I thought she was having a stroke, took her to the hospital, she stayed a week up there. She found a spot on her brain, 2 spots on the base of her skull, on her spine, in her spinal fluid, and on her lungs. And the oncologist stopped her and told her, 3 to 6 months if you're lucky, but she's already stopped eating and don't want to drink enough water to take her, pee and everything. So it's not good at all. Yeah, it's quick, but I mean, it's
Yeah.
The pictures of all their way they
it's
look.
very, very bad. Yeah, and she's had it for a while because metastasized. It's everywhere.
It sounded like a
He
frustrated
just had
sight.
his other hip replaced, so he's had 2 hip replacements. But, same old Rick, still smoking, drinking, and, all the bullshit he does,
Just to confirm, you'd like to call Thomas Young
Yeah, that's what we used to come in with 2 liters of drink, 4 bags of chips, and be just happy as everything. See you there? He's good to go. He didn't need nothing else. How about when they turn it, man? I hate that.
Yeah. Yeah. What you into today, you want to get?
No.
Just fight my calendar.
I am doing that. I was up there showing case I can do it, so I don't have to fight as much.
Are you going to case them up?
Yeah. So I'm gonna set it up where you get this email every time somebody puts something in, you get an email. Next time out, I'm tired here.
Yeah.
Other than that, working a little bit.
Yeah.
I got home a little bit. I finished up the stuff that I had to finish up.
Yeah.
And then we're done with that.
You got something else to do?
I can move it out. I can move it out.
And that thing is molasses slow.
It is, man.
Are you playing again?
Oh, shit, what'd you do?
Do you know which feed?
We're gonna do a training class.
Over 14. Hey,
Hey, this game,
don't you do that.
I'm playing.
More than cans.
Who's on the club? I got to live every day. Before my dad-in-law, finally got all healed up from leukemia. Died with leukemia.
Good part from the yard,
And then the other day, he goes, you know what I do? I'm going to go to the doctor. You think about 9 years old, love that. 9 years old. I'm not doing anything else. I got my gloves. He goes, I got 2 cents. I told him, I said, hey, I hate golf. I'll make you play 9
been fun, man.
That's some pain question.
I think the senior citizens figured it out.
What we doing tonight?
For dinner.
Oh.
I'll handle the knitting class, you had the food.
Oh, that's right.
There's 3 pieces of pizza
That's not my mistake.
I had to rush back, so I told him I'd be here today, I'd leave it, back of the truck.
Well, but-
Put the cable
It
on.
worked.
He came to get time to get it.
Fire car citizens on that damn business.
Yeah, you go to wash your hands before you eat, close yourself, stuff like that.
Trying to do the southern golf thing, you know, I said, everybody should affirm me. I shut down here.
Huh?
Have Leslie talk to him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She can do it.
Spell, math, shit like
She
that.
do the Georgia.
I do that a lot different.
I come in, I'm home one day,
What spell?
and I see somebody puffing on that thing, but that far on my road.
Where did the,
I said, damn, good, that's me. I figured out who it was and started brake checking.
She's wearing that vape thing out, huh?
She got mad this morning, I saw brake checker down, but the next morning I got trained, and she had time to go over it.
Put that was
I
Adrian,
figured out who
I
it
think.
was, and hit that damn light.
training.
I walked up there and said,
I'm good, okay.
That's good shit.
I ain't got to do it.
I love her.
While y'all fighting to do it,
You weren't here, right?
I don't have to do it.
You weren't there, right?
I can.
Yeah, you have to do it.
I ain't even got air mask. I
So
lost
you
my
doing
air mask.
longer, kinda like this now, what I'm saying?
They're fighting for position. They're going to the top.
I see a little scuff coming.
Larry said he was quitting, them two's getting live.
Yeah, I'm out.
Uh,
Let him finish chewing on that piece so they don't get clogged up in your machine while he's breathing.
Why don't you give a mask?
Pass it on down the line.
I did not
need
bring
one.
that up. The man who was doing the fit testing brought that.
Brought what up?
He's like, that should be going for us. Why Lawson? I'm like,
Oh.
I don't know, maybe you want to. I was like, but when did it become like a self-service kind of thing?
Sometimes Malone wants to get involved.
He's
Let him
like,
get
he
involved.
did. I was like, well,
He'll be calling out sometime next week, won't be involved for a couple weeks. Let him, hey, let him be involved.
couple weeks.
He just got done talking about that firing out all the time, so.
Malone him?
Yeah, we put him through his class.
You know what?
Hey, bro,
90 days? Is that what you're talking about?
I don't know, hey, listen, I can't follow a man that don't wanna show up for 90 days in a row. I can see his thought process.
What are you shooting out there in competition?
It's hot up in here.
Well, I
It's
shoot
cold
in
outside still.
Glock matches a lot.
You shoot the Glock out there in Glock.
Yeah. Cause you can win stuff.
I thought you were like against Glock.
need that for
That's
that,
like
brother.
me saying I'm
I'm
against
good.
Glock.
No, he'll call me
No,
back.
that's what I heard. I heard you're a 1911 man.
I am. But like if I shoot IDPA or IPSC and I shoot my 1911, I could have the best score of everybody. I could beat everybody, and all you win is like a little $10 plaque that says you won. And Glock matches, you win guns. Hell, I won 4 guns. So free guns,
You coming to training tonight?
kind of a thing.
Who's that stranger standing
What's
there?
your
You
gun?
smell pizza from all the way like that? I cannot believe that.
He'll drive up.
Swagger.
Look, Slash goes like free look. I said, Slash all
I
that.
carry a Colt
Mm-hmm.
Combat Commander.
You got paid him more.
You ain't making fun of me.
I was in class all last day.
I didn't
I
even
carry as well as
I
flat.
ain't done either.
I've been up there setting up for class tonight.
8+1.
He said he's not coming tonight.
I
He was training one day.
No,
You working tonight?
I can
no,
get-
This is my third one. I went team dressed
I
on
do like
that.
having a light on.
There's no need to wait.
So, the other part of
the other
my
night,
is
Fort Wayne,
Glock.
it made me look like $1 million. He put up 3,
I've got a TLR7.
and the last 3 went through the den tree, and we
And
caught
I
the
had a
dog,
stiff
he
one.
turned around, and the bottom fell out. And it started raining like that.
So,
You making money?
and I've carried
Oh,
Glock
yeah.
19.
You lied.
I bring up,
Configuration.
I won
Most of the
400.
time, and my backup guns.
How much you spent?
12,000. Salt food and garment collars. Yeah.
Yeah, sounds like a really
I didn't make it,
profitable
that's
event.
his favorite game.
It's working out.
Okay, I'm not fighting the cartel, I'm just going to,
You never know. You might be fighting Russians.
you never know, but I'm just going to the store.
Putting,
Yeah, pretty much.
put a sat in one of the windows.
Yeah, I'm not a little guy, I love him, but
Y'all tell him.
Huh?
I'm with y'all explain to him.
Why?
See what his face is.
they run.
I've got the mini camera over here recording.
And then, you know, when I get a new one, okay,
Correction.
Had got a 19%.
Very cool with that one.
Hey, put the 4 pieces on that
Three.
plate.
Three.
He's working.
You coming training that?
Extended bag.
Jack,
Yes.
For the same amount.
have you heard?
I bet he
that
would.
fire was up in Rowan County that shot and killed
They
him?
buy you more rounds in case.
He retired too.
So.
He's been retired long enough, he still might wanna do something, think he's still in the game.
Yeah, the thing is, he still is in the game if he wants to be.
Hey, I don't want
One
to.
time I ever rode here, when I'm and I'm in the woods.
I'm moving it, I didn't know that.
No, they said off-duty fireman, but I don't know if it was solid.
Is it not? I'll be up on station 6.
I thought that was Tuesday.
You know who it was? He worked for.
Why am I hiring back people for Tuesday?
What's that?
45 came out.
There's been a dispute. I ain't seen
No, I fixed it.
Well.
Go ahead and get one.
Is it right now?
I missed that already.
It was in here last.
What, the G45?
Yeah, the G45.
From what I understand.
They said he might be gone sometime.
That's automatic arrest.
But he'd been shot twice, but he was doing these other things. Changed my
He
mind.
was almost civil.
This on the news and having some it's all very.
I used to be back then before man gets called. You know what I'm
It's
saying?
a MOS, so I've got a whole son, red dog.
Get ready to get by the forward, they see me, I always think they're all takes a little bit longer than that. Anything else?
See,
Seven.
Cause I used to go in the district about 5 minutes.
that's the compact.
Yes, without worrying also.
The DOR sticks out.
Unless it's code, I'm moving out quick.
Buddy mine,
They call that
shoot,
short
a lot of things in. Long time ago. And I didn't have it. And
Jackson, you better eat this last piece of pizza, cause I know you're hungry.
No, sir, I'm good.
Huh? I can look at you and tell you're hungry.
No, sir, I'm good. I gotta work on my good street.
I'm being literally, most police car carries a lot rather than the shot.
so, I want to keep the books. Then I took the gun until the almost in. Because if you shoot out the line, just as a sort of lock in the mouth, and I laid there, I said, I had to figure out. Okay, well, let's see what we can do. He replaced everything in the gun with the exception of the barrel and the slide. All the springs, the striker, the cups, the trigger, everything. Three. This is
Talking about the 90s, talking about 1911.
I'll change my plan, I was gonna be in, I was gonna, I had a doctor's appointment tomorrow, I'm gonna come out here and do tomorrow.
One of those 21. One of my 21 got threaded barrel.
They scare people.
And one of those I went off an option.
Open carry, cause
I mean,
it's on the
you know,
head.
just a random, but the other one's all 13.
Guns called, sir, your guns called, your guns called.
All right, chief.
I'll keep it on, I'll keep the schedule out, speak on it for the weekend.
Y'all watch this. Pay particular attention right here on the stairwell when they introduce the kill them all. Watch what happens in the hallway, dead center bottom left. Now he's introducing that smooth boy, put moisture in the building. Not a whole lot of change. These moisture in the room down, go to say when do it, if that's what they want to do. I'll put them on. Hang on, boys, I'll come. LA County screwed me on that one. flash right there? Sorry about this, right there.
Yeah.
Right here, guys. Yep. That's what I'm calling on. I'm trying to find where they cut up. There we go. You alive, Brady? So this is after that. See what's happening in the hall, that lazy burn right here? That's what I call lazy burn. There's a lot of moisture in that building somewhere. And then there's the easy down dirty section. Right here. This is the redneck down and dirty version. Pay particular attention. Right there, you can see daylight when I do this. Look at the bottom corner there, you see daylight through that room?
Everything's so good, they must have lied in there, they're out all day, got good work, guys. Good on Third Creek? Watch the thermal bounce drop to the floor, anybody inside just got a
You
little.
can't even see the nozzle, man, anymore. So if you're really serious about it, and he knows I was on the rescue, I was always where we're headed at tack line, searching the big complex. That's why I didn't like following all. Sorry,
Oh, you fine. Thank you for the break. Don't dock my pay.
you know, it does help convince people once you see it. If you ever been in a room like that, somebody starts hurting it on that fall, they think if they put more on it or stay on longer, it helps. You're just overpressing the room.
We're not in the way. And that's a great segue into the engine company. Okay? So let's talk about how to be an engine company officer and what are some of the things that you need to take note of. Well, first of all, let's define what does an engine company do on the fire ground. Okay? Number one, water supply. That is a function of the engine company. Okay? Obtain a patent water supply. Now that can be done from a hydrant system, a grid, be done from a drop tank, shuttle, drafting, all kinds of different ways. Nursing, sure. You can go with your initial 500-gallon booster tank or 1,000-gallon booster tank, 750 gallons. That gives us a lot of options. You put out a lot of fire with 750 gallons of water, okay? So depending upon the target, if it is a single-family dwelling or a duplex, 750 gallons is a formidable amount of water, all right? So that might negate doing the hydrant supply right off the bat, but we would, of course, supplement it because it's a working fire. Now, who decides what type of water supply to get? Is that a command decision? Well, it could be. So I could say, command to engine 1, reverse out from engine 2, and pump that line. Okay, so I'm given specific information, specific directions for a reverse lay, hooking tight to the hydrant and pumping the line. Or I could train my engine officers to the level that they would know what type. And then I could just say, command to engine 1, get a water supply. And then who makes the decision on how? That officer. And that officer is responsible for making the right decision. Okay? So you can do a forward lay. What is a forward lay? That's a lay from
the hydrant to the
hydrant to the fire. Okay, from supply to fire. 4 inch, I guess you guys all have 5 inch, so you can get a lot of water through 1,000 feet of 5 inch. But, the big one.
They're fixing to go.
Where is it?
West Stanley just got it. Started fire in West Stanley.
Alright, we're going.
Take the tanker.
Be careful, guys.
Yes, sir.
Does it look like it might be something?
It hadn't come across here yet.
Oh,
He's listening to West Stanley, and Stanley County just added us, but we won't get the dispatch until it hits Cabarrus, so they're getting a jump start on it.
okay.
And it depends on where it is, our SOGs say if it's a commercial structure down 2427, we'll take our tower. If not, we split off and take the tanker and the tower.
And the squad, y'all don't go out in the county,
Not unless we're special request.
not unless you're special call.
Well, hey, go help them.
Where are you at? Aren't you working with
I
that?
still don't even know where it is, but y'all go ahead
Aren't
and
you
follow.
working with that?
I'm not working today.
Oh, I thought you was on duty.
No, like I told you, it's only closed off. My gear's up at Station 2. I'll stand by and run mids while we go.
Is that the tower?
Hmm?
Next to tanker?
You got Stanley on yours? I'm gonna get
Yes, sir.
mine real quick.
We might as well just listen to it. That's straight up body buzz.
You know how to switch it, it's your
Oh, I
radio.
know, I thought you wanted the radio.
No.
I thought you said-
Now, don't y'all usually ride before?
We do, I have one in class already.
Okay.
He's in, TR ropes, TR, victim management or something like that today.
Temperate.
And then he is in pumps class tonight, so he's in class all day.
Should I take the tanker? Take the tanker? Should I take the tanker? They're taking the tanker. I don't have to take it.
Attention Midland, this is Stanley County with a structure fire at 4750 NP, Highway 200, 4750 NP, Highway 200.
40 foot?
Attention Midland, this is West Stanley with a structure fire at 4750 NP, Highway 200, 4750 NP, Highway 200. Project is Carter Road, Philadelphia Church Road. We have Stanley outside, Stanley outside.
Highway 200.
That's Georgeville, isn't it?
So it's gonna be down there on like the lines between Georgeville and West Stanley.
4750. Let's get to Google. 4750. Highway 200.
Yeah.
Is 200 open again?
Yeah.
They just opened it. I found out on the Locust Midland Facebook group, watch all the women complain every day.
Airplane lane.
It's a 15-minute drive. So it's the opposite direction. It's towards Stanfield. It's in Stanfield.
So you'd be best to go out here at 27, hang a right and drop down.
Yeah.
Where are they going?
If it's in Stanfield, hell, that's right on top of us.
Highway 200.
It's past Stanfield, almost to Rocky River, almost above the road.
Oh, wow.
Oh, it's
Like
way
Rockville
up
Road,
there.
Bus-
That's almost a Union County.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sounds prosperous, you don't get caught for that.
If you knew where you were going,
Well, they're almost on the scene, so.
if you knew where you were going, if you could get through the back way through Midland through Oak Grove Road, that'd be fine. Like
Would you wanna drive a fire truck that way?
if you knew where you're going, like if I could,
A
lot of the minor roads are.
Hit on it, Captain Jackson.
Yeah.
Do what?
You
But,
certainly
yeah,
got
it's
the
like
phone
if
out
you
to
knew-
it too.
They
Take
should
Rocky
have
River.
right there in their backyard.
Yeah. Go right up here.
Now maybe my
That's
phone
railroad
will work.
They're almost
Yeah.
back to it now.
Trying to
I
see
mean, Big
what's
Garmin
there.
Mill, down to Oak Grove, it's a love church.
It is like a single story. Oh, that's
Looks like a double wide, ain't it?
No, I was in the range.
well,
Oh, it's the one right across
there's-
from the double wide, yeah.
There's two, two structures right there. One of them's a house, and another one looks like the old farmhouse that was there originally. That may be a double wide that they've added a roof to. Which means they're going through an oven.
They're not there yet.
Should be rolling up here in just a second.
I got a neighbor lives down the road from him. He had a little small, probably 800 square foot house. He built a big house around it and just took walls out. So he's got double roofs in some parts of it. I'm like, oh my gosh, it's been a nightmare.
Is it fire code not the same in Stanley County as it is in that? They have fires all the time. Structure fires.
Smoke show.
Outfield
Anyone be command on ops 3.
on Ops 3. I thought it said Ops 5. But that's all right. Just change it what you need. And Ryan is almost already to Highway 200.
Are you serious?
He is, right now, he's already past Walmart.
Hester?
No.
Ryan,
Ryan
Hogan's
Boyd.
sitting right there.
Ryan.
You know, what's he driving, the ladder?
He's
No,
driving a
pickup.
squad truck,
Oh, big.
yeah.
Half that stuff you were talking about in this class.
Make it up on the highway.
Man, I was just like, you know. I was just like, my gosh. Yes, I have to.
Their tanker is almost on the scene.
That boy right there. That's the
Tanker's on the scene.
Huh?
He's got a good heart.
He does have a good heart.
Just fine.
Maybe he's gotten better over the years.
Mr. O'Donnell, local response, Freon power line near the intersection of Midland, as we not lane and state from
Is he on Fairview now?
as we not lane and state
Really?
from
Is he an officer? As long as you keep him that way?
He had an option being
power
one.
line
Really?
near as we not lane and Davidson Highway.
As soon as he gets that role,
Because
changes.
he'd be better than one that we have. I told one that we have, I told him, he needed to be a preacher and not a officer.
As long as he don't become an officer, he's fine. Cause I've seen him change, where he's fine as soon as he gets that officer role.
They advise it's gonna be somewhere in between the
Completely different person.
We still got Andy that he keep in check.
I mean, I've hung out
Real
with him.
quick.
We've hung out off duty,
Yeah.
had a great time. You know, had an absolute great time.
I go to his wife getting a haircut.
Yeah.
She's cut my hair for years.
You thought about changing it?
What's that?
No, work with fire.
Oh, shit, I couldn't resist.
So it is working?
It's an outbuilding.
Outbuilding.
Yeah.
What size outbuilding?
Why did we get hit for
Cause
that?
some outbuilding,
Did they just hit him?
if you come by.
Doesn't say spoke.
Y'all got a good